early pick 3 and the early 50-cent pick 5 wager available, as well as dime superfectas here in the opener, Gabby. And this race is highlighted by horses looking for a level, dropping in class, dropping out of the maiden special weight ranks into the maiden 50 tag for the first time.
There are a lot of them doing that as well. So it makes this race a little bit difficult because you really have to question class, right? You have to question how difficult were those maiden special weight races that some of these horses are coming out of. It appears that the public thinks that the one Eel Point is coming out of the toughest, as he's opening up as your 6-5 favorite.
Here's a horse that started with Bob Baffert in Southern California, ran against some good horses, including the Grade 1 winner, Honor AP. That's who he was forced to run against in that maiden allowance race back in his second career start. He then moved over to Rudy Brisset's barn, ran 4th, and then did he break out in that Churchill race? That's the big question. Can he back that up? I question whether he can, as he's down on the inside. So that's why I go to the number 4 horse as my top play in here. Civil Servant, the son of Constitution for Ian Wilkes. He, too, dropping in for a maiden 50 tag for the first time. There he is, the 3-year-old, shiny down in the sun. A beautiful afternoon here in Lexington, Kentucky. Ran a good race 2 starts back. That was on the turf going long. And his only other distance race beyond the 1-turn mile at Churchill was his race on the 11th of July right here at Keeneland. And we talked about consistently how tough those races were. So this is a big drop in class for Silver Servant, and even more so than that of the current 6-5 favorite. That's why I go to him as my top play, as he sits at 3-1. Eel Point is the second choice by default, really not having a lot of confidence in a lot of these other horses, because if he can back up his last performance with a similar type performance, he should be right there in the end at 6-5 for SF Racing, Starlight Racing, and Madacat Stables. Son of Into Mischief having a banner year, whether it be on the track or the recent Keeneland September sale. Folks just could not get enough of Into Mischief, and it's not surprising why, given the results that he has provided out on the racetrack and in the sales arena. So he is my second choice, Eel Point. And then my third choice, Gabby, is Good Juju for Ian Wilkes. Blinkers on, drops in class. We'll see if he can wake up here today. There's really not one race that you can lean on, but so often with these horses trying a maiden tag for the first time, they just simply run better than they ever have because they're dropping down in competition.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Scott. I, too, landed on the same horse that you did in the number 4 Civil Servant. When you look at the company that he's kept, I do think it's very solid. Obviously, you have to look past his last 2 races because those 2 races were on the turf. This is a dirt event. But I thought his race, his maiden special weight event at Keeneland, came up very tough, in which he showed speed and faded. This is a horse who not only, I think, is taking a big class relief today, but he also could very well be on the lead, or at least forwardly placed. I think the only other horse in here that could maybe compete with him on the front end would be the one Eel Point. So that's another reason why I did decide to go against the 6-5 favorite, the number 1 Eel Point, because I do think that Tyler Gaffleone has to get aggressive with this horse coming out of the gate and perhaps find a position on the lead. This horse is stretching out from the 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs to the 2-turn mile and a 16th. Again, the one Eel Point for Rudolph Brisset. And he ran against, decent competition, but that was a race that was scheduled for the turf, and it came off the turf. So by that virtue alone, I thought it was a little bit easier than a traditional maiden special weight at Churchill Downs. I'll respect him in using him in the top 3, but do think he could be a little bit vulnerable here. And then finally, the number 6, Vasariano, is the horse I round out the mix with. He is 0-9, but this is a horse who I think probably delivers his best going a distance of ground. Now, whether that be on the turf or dirt, to be determined. And this is a horse who has been exposed at the maiden $20,000 level before in the past, but that was before he came into the care of Steve Asmussen. So I do like how he looks in the paddock. He looks very bright on his toes. So from a physical standpoint, I'm liking what I'm seeing from this horse at 8-1. 4-1-6, the top 3 for me as we kick off opening day. Race 1, 16 minutes out.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Maidens age 3 and up, a $50,000 claiming price, mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No scratches, no jockey changes the first. A reminder, the overweight 3 Hero of Love, the jockey +4. 3 Hero of Love, jockey 4 pounds over. Starts the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5, main track fast. Turf good, rail set at 20 feet for the turf course today. Post time for the opener in 8 minutes.
Just 6 minutes away from the opener here on opening day at Keeneland Racecourse for this fall meeting, and we'll start our conversation with the one Eel Point. He was feeling good when he came out onto the track with the pony, and he was the first to break away from the pony and warm up. He could not wait to get on the move. All positive signs with this son of Into Mischief for SF Racing, Starlight, and Matacat Stables. He's got the look, he's got the build, he's a bigger horse than just about every one of these runners in here at a mile and a 16th. I think he's going to be even more effective just looking at him compared to these horses here today. There's the number 4 horse, the second choice, and pretty clear second choice at odds of 5-2. He too was feeling good. I don't know that he's left the pony. In fact, he went on with the pony and was warming up with Chris Landeros for Lothenbach Stables. He's trained by Ian Wilkes. I do think that he's going to really appreciate the dip down in class more than anything, the son of Constitution, as he continues to make a very good impression here as he warms up for race number 1 in just 5 minutes. And then the other horse, this was Gabby's third selection on the other side. This is the number 6 horse, Vasariano, for Steve Asmussen. We saw him during the summer in that summer meeting back on the 10th of July where he was sprinting with Steve's son, Keith James Asmussen, in the saddle. He just looks like he's going to be a better horse routing here today. And you can obviously see that with the way that he raced in his most recent starts at Lone Star and Kentucky Downs. So he's got the look of a router, and obviously you can see that in his most recent starts. But Gabby now joins me. And Gabby, I know that you were just having a conversation with trainer Brendan Walsh, the trainer of the number 5 horse, who I continue to say is in line for a big week. What are his thoughts on Patriots War right now as the second longest shot in this field?
You know, he did say, Scott, that he has been working very well on the main track as of late. So he just decided to take a shot with this horse. It very much is kind of an experiment today, but he does have the composition, the physical build to suggest that he can certainly go long. It's just a question of whether or not he'll like the main track today. He does have more of a turf type of pedigree.
So closing in on post time, a field of 6 will be lining up momentarily as the starting gate has reached its position. These horses about an eighth of a mile from their position, and that will be loading into the starting gate as the 1 has dipped down to 4 to 5 Eel Point for trainer Rudy Brissett.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, start of the early pick 5. First wire, they're at the post. They're off. Awkward beginning there for Hero of Love, but there goes Good Juju for the lead, and here's Vasariano. Vasariano going to move up quickly on the outside, try to get by the inside traffic, got Eel Point at the rail. Good Juju there between that pair. They head to the first turn. Vasariano clears with the lead, gets over, hugs the rail around the first turn, leads it by a length and a half. Good Juju second ahead. Civil Servant moves up on the outside now to challenge for that second spot. Patriots War, one lane off the rail, fourth, a neck, followed by Eel Point, gets the shuffle back into fifth, and Hero of Love recovers quickly from that awkward backward beginning sixth right there with the rest. Opening quarter is on the board in 24.48 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. Vasariano the leader. Vasariano on top by 2 lengths. Civil Servant second by just a neck. And then you've got Good Juju third to the inside. Patriots War moves up a closer fourth on the far outside, looking to the center of the track, 2 lengths off the lead, midpoint of the backstretch. Eel Point is in behind horses, headed to the far turn, still running in fifth. Gap of 3, Hero of Love brings up the back. Opening half mile was 48.85 seconds. On to the far turn they go. Vasariano to catch. Vasariano leads it by a length and a half onto the turn, and Civil Servant is second by a length. Patriots War is third up on the outside. Civil Servant now tries to draw alongside of Vasariano. 3/4 of a length separate the top two, coming to the quarter pole. Patriots War being asked for more, third to the far outside. Good Juju fourth. Eel Point is still fifth, 5 lengths off the lead. Angles to the far outside, top of the short stretch. Vasariano has the lead by a length off the far turn, and then Good Juju, and behind that one, Civil Servant stacks up with Patriots War, and then Eel Point to the far outside. Eel Point running on late to the final furlong. Vasariano, though, has the lead by 3 lengths, and you've still got Patriots War fighting on in second. Eel Point third. Here's the wire. Vasariano wins it. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. Patriots War was home second. Then Eel Point was third, and Civil Servant fourth. Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. 6 Vasariano finished first, 5 Patriots War second, 1 Eel Point third, and 4 Civil Servant fourth. 6-5-1-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, 6 Vasariano, owned and trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Vasariano, 3-year-old son of Bernardini, out of Versailles Song, by Unbridled Song, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. 8.5 furlongs, fast main track, 1 minute 45.39 seconds. First race, results official, 6-5-1-4, official for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second upcoming, double pick 3, early pick 4, and also the first super high 5 of the day. Main track is fast, the turf is listed good. Second race, no scratches, no jockey changes in race 2. Looking ahead, a reminder, third race, scratch 3, figure it out. That's the third race, scratch 3, figure it out. No superfecta on that third event. Fourth race, overweight, the 4 inveterate, jockey 1 pound over. That's the fourth race, number 4 inveterate, jockey 1 pound over. Race 5 has no changes at this time.
18 minutes away from race number 2 here at Keeneland. And Gabby, if you are a fan of 2-year-old racing and digging into pedigrees, get tied on, because we got a lot of 2-year-old racing this weekend, opening weekend at Keeneland, highlighted by the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades today, and then tomorrow's Grade 1 Claiborne Breeders' Futurity. But these are maidens looking to move along in the ranks, and some nicely bred ones as well.
Very nicely bred ones. One of them in particular, the 4 Reminiscent, is a half to sharp as Tekka. We'll talk more about that individual right now in a bit, But the 8 Naughty Rendezvous is actually opening up as your favorite for trainer Al Stahl, Spendthrift Farm, 2-year-old filly by Into Mischief.
And that's my top pick. She's 2-1 right now, as you mentioned, by Into Mischief. They paid $400,000 for her at a 2-year-old in training sale earlier this season. And the Dam Midnight Visit, the daughter of Henny Hughes, was a 2-year-old winner herself, and she's been a producer. She's had 3 to race, 3 winners, and a stakes winner she was, Midnight Visit. So Naughty Rendezvous looks like she's got the complete package, and always nice to see Al Stahl Jr. with 2-year-old first-time starters, because he excels with first-time starters, period. And he has a positive ROI in first-time out, maiden special weight situations, and when horses debut in maiden allowance races, as this filly is here today. So I'll go with Colby Hernandez, riding for Spendthrift Farm, Naughty Rendezvous, as my top choice. My second play in here is the 2 who's still being saddled up back in the stalls, and that is Cardio Version for Ben Colebrook. Here's a Looking at Lucky filly, who again comes from a female family that produces 2-year-old winners. If you've got the time to dig into these pedigrees, it's so key to look at what the Dam has produced and what those runners have been able to do, especially when they're 2 years old, and how long it takes for them to get to the winner's circle. And this filly, this mare of this filly, WW Old School, she has 5 winners from 6 to race. So Cardio Version, bred to win early, and has a good draw down on the inside. Doesn't get the rail. Maybe she'll be a little bit quicker than Mania, but if she isn't, that's the one-horse Mania. I think she should sit in a good spot. And then finally, I'll go to the full horses, my third play, Reminiscent. You pointed out, Gabby, the half-sibling to this filly, the Grade 1 winner, Sharp Azteca, the half-brother. He was very good. Now, there's 2 ways of looking at this. First of all, the horse looks well down in the paddock. The female family has not produced a 2-year-old winner. This mare has not produced a 2-year-old winner. All of her victories from her runners have come at ages 3 and above. But then on the flip side, you've got Nyquist, whose runners have been literally lighting the courses on fire that he showed up. And he's done something that very few horses can do in a single season, especially from their first crop. And that's picked up Grade 1 winners on both dirt and turf. So that has to offset this lack of productivity from the female side a bit on the 2-year-old side, with how precocious the Nyquists have been here from his first crop.
Yeah, you would think. It's definitely an interesting blend with the presence of Nyquist. But I'll quickly talk about my top pick is the 1 Mania right now at 5-1. I think that's a very fair price on this filly, because she's a sprinter. She doesn't want to go a distance of ground, and she was in the thick of it in a very fast pace in the Grade 3 Pocahontas last time out. So I love the fact that she is cutting back in distance to 6 furlongs. Yes, she will have to navigate a trip from the rail, but this seems like a better condition for her, sprinting on the dirt. The number 7, Ron, for Steve Asmussen, who obviously took the opener. This is a 2-year-old filly by Distorted Humor out of Crystal Wave. The mare never broke her maiden, but this horse does look well in the paddock. I'm interested to see if he kind of gets a little bit more on his toes on trackside, because right now he looks very lackadaisical, but he does look well here for the connections. And the 4, Reminiscent, as Scott was mentioning, a very nice pedigree here. We could get more precocity from the sire, though, in Nyquist. And she is that half-sister to a Grade 1 winner and Sharp Azteca. And when you look at her physically, she is a very lean, long-looking filly. She doesn't remind me much of Sharp Azteca. So we'll see if she can deliver at first asking. But I at least really like her presence. She's got her ears pricked. She's kind of taking in her surroundings. So from a mental standpoint, it looks like she's really behaving herself quite nicely today. And then I'll throw in a really long shot, the number 3, Platinum Sky. This filly just does look like a sprinter. She's got a really strong engine behind the saddle. She's by Sky Mesa, and this is at the first foal out of a multiple stakes winning mare, so she does have a little bit of pedigree to back that up. I just think she looks racy today in the paddock, so maybe one to consider, and definitely no negative comments with the 8 Naughty Rendezvous. She looks like she's one of the bigger fillies in the paddock, and the betting public is respecting her, as she did open up as the favorite. But it's going to be the 1 Mania for me on top, as these 2-year-old fillies are saddled in the paddock for race 2.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Frosted, a maiden special weight, 2-year-old fillies, going 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double pick 3, early pick 4 wagering. Also the first of the day super high 5 offerings. No changes in race 2. Track is fast. Post time at 7 minutes.
Fillies going 3/4 of miles. We're 5 minutes to post, and we'll start with another look at the 8 horse who continues to make quite the impression. Naughty Rendezvous, the daughter of Into Mischief for Spendthrift Farm, where Into Mischief stands. This filly has just shown nothing but class from the paddock now to the front side. She's fit. She's 3-1 right now, and she looks like she's going to be tough for one of the better maiden allowance debut winners, maiden special weight debut trainers, rather, in Alstall Jr. So she has not swayed, at least my opinion, when taking a look at her coming over to the front side. The one horse, Mania, she was acting up a bit when she came out onto the track, and she's still a bit on her toes. She's continuing to have her attention focused on the pony. She's an experienced filly. She's run 5 times. So we'll see how she fares from that inside draw here today, and we'll hear more thoughts on her in just a moment from Gabby Gaudette, who just had a chance to speak to her trainer in Chris Davis. She's 5-1 right now. And then the 6 horses on the front of the screen right there in the forefront. This is a horse I thought that made a nice look down onto the track and even in the paddock. Aunt Joey, she showed something on debut on turf. She did not run all that well on dirt, but based on her looks, 27-1, maybe worth a swing at least underneath, Gabby, as she is settling in this warm-up with 4 minutes to post.
Yeah, to circle back to the number 1 Mania, Scott, I talked to Chris Davis, and the biggest concern here is the rail draw, because she's very fast, and she was very fast last time out at a distance of ground. So you kind of get the feeling that they'll get aggressive with her out of the gate and see who else goes. But I think the best case scenario is for her to go. She's sharp. She's on her toes. And the one thing I found about her, although she is very sharp, Scott, she's very professional too, and she's shown that in her previous races.
She settled down a bit here, 3 minutes to post. The 8 at 3-1. I know you mentioned the 3 down on the other side. If we can get a chance to look at the 3-horse Platinum Sky for Dallas Stewart, who's about a 10% first out trainer, the daughter of Sky Mesa, with Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle before he ships out of town for his big date tomorrow in the Preakness Stakes. She's 26-1 is Platinum Sky, the number 3 horse.
Yeah, when I was looking at her in the paddock, again, she just looked like a filly that was really built up in her hindquarters. It looked like she at least had a powerful engine, and that's exactly what you want at this sprint distance. You know, for some of these fillies, they're just getting going at 6 furlongs, and they're going to want farther to go longer distances. But for her, it kind of looks like she might be racy enough to run well at a big price at 6 furlongs. There's the 8, Scott, Naughty Rendezvous. The filly by Into Mischief, who opened up as the favorite and is right now still the favorite at 3-1. She's bright. You can see her. She looks very professional on track, and she also is big in size, which I like to see.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Frosted, start of the early pick 4. They are at the post. And they're off. Farsighted was quick into stride up on the far outside. Aunt Joy has early speed. Yellow Dress moves up in between horses. Mania is there toward the inside. Rawan has early speed as well. There goes Rawan moving up now into third. Mania has the lead by just ahead. Aunt Joy right alongside now. Farsighted third, far outside. Rawan between horses is in fourth. Yellow Dress shifting lanes to the inside in fifth, flanked by Naughty Rendezvous in sixth, who's 3 lengths off the lead. A gap of 6 back to Reminiscent in the seventh position. Silk and Sugar is in 8th. Cardio Version is 9th. Platinum Sky last of the 10, 22.45 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Rawan has the lead by a neck between horses. Mania fights onto the inside second. Farsighted third up on the far outside. And Naughty Rendezvous tries to join that front trio. Has to go to the extreme outside in 4th position. Yellow Dress, center of the track, is 5th. Still 5 from the front. Farsighted has taken the lead coming toward the 8th pole. Naughty Rendezvous is trying to find something more. She has gone to second. Still 3 lengths off the lead. And the leaders in the final furlong. Farsighted opening up by 5 lengths now. Back to Naughty Rendezvous. Silk and Sugar runs late from the outside. Mania still fights on down toward the rail, but well behind Farsighted. Farsighted just draws off for Julian Leperoux. Farsighted much the best here. Silk and Sugar did rally up with the far outside to grab that second spot.
A far different performance than what we saw from this daughter of Bernardini on debut, but here today she puts it all together and draws off. And look at the late action she took, Gabby. She goes off as the second choice at odds of 3-1.
That's right, Scott. And this was a big performance for this filly today because she was pressing the speed widest of all. She was like 4 deep all the way around the track, and she went on to win by multiple lengths here. So a very flashy maiden score here for the Connections. Farsighted gets the win.
Does look like Silk and Sugar, in fact, does get the second place finish. She comes on rolling late. Nice debut for the homebred of Brereton Jones, the daughter of Cairo Prince, and a photo on the board for the third money. Maybe the 8 horse who was always wide. That was the favorite, or one of the favorites, at least at points. That was not a Rendezvous, but an easy win in the end for the daughter of Bernardini, for G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Rusty Arnold, and Julian Leperoux. Farsighted in the second.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. The 10 Farsighted was first, 9 Silk and Sugar second, 8 Naughty Rendezvous third, the 1 Mania fourth, and 2 Cardio Version fifth. 10-9-8-1-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Frosted 10 Farsighted, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold. Julian Leperoux is the winning jockey. Farsighted, a 2-year-old filly by Bernardini. Back-to-back winners for Bernardini to start this card. Elusive Fate, the dam of Farsighted, she by Elusive Quality. Homebred for Watts Humphrey. Farsighted, 6 furlongs, 1 minute, 11.11 seconds in today's second race. Race 2, results official. 10-9-8-1-2, official results for Keeneland's second race. Super High Five carryover for the next eligible race of $1,274. Keeneland's third is upcoming. Double and pick three wagering offered here, but a reminder, contrary to the program, no superfecta on this third event. Scratch three, figure it out. Three, figure it out is a scratch. Looking ahead to the fourth race, a reminder, the turf is listed good. The rail set at 20 feet today. Overweight, the 4 Inveterate, jockey 1 pound over. Number 4 Inveterate, jockey 1 pound over. Fifth race, no changes at this time.
Up to race number 3 here on opening day as we're 18 minutes to post. And this is a very good group of fillies and mares that'll be going 7 furlongs and stakes quality types of runners. Right now, Risky Mandate 4 to 5 as she draws the rail. She comes out of tough competition, Gabby, and the cutback in distance should do her some good. And the fact that she doesn't have to take a look at Monomoy Girl at any point or Lady Kate should help her move forward off of that performance where she was 8th.
Scott, I'm just hoping that one of us gets on the board in this race. I've got the 4 to 5 favorite. You've got the second choice at 9 to 5. Do you think this is the race that one of us gets it done?
The odds are in our favor, but anytime you say that it looks too good to be true, then obviously it tends to go the other way. And I was going to initially make Risky Mandate my top selection, but I felt that the rail played against her. And that's why I go to the 2-horse Club Car in here. I think that she can hang right there with Risky Mandate and be in a perfect position, or even if Risky Mandate doesn't get away from the inside cleanly, where she has had some trouble as far as the post position draws are concerned. Risky Mandate's had the rail now, will have the rail 5 times in her career, the number 1 horse, as we take a look at her for Tom Amoss. Clearly, it's tough to argue against the quality she's been facing. She's run some good allowance races as she gets set for her Keeneland debut. She was 3rd in the Prior S at Saratoga from the rail back last year at the age of 3. But for Club Car, going back to the number 2 at odds of 9 to 5, she's kept strong competition as well. We'll see Lady Kate, who beat her 2 starts back in the Groupie Doll at the beginning of August at Ellis Park. We'll see Lady Kate, and I think that she's got a big look in the Juddmonte Spinster, and also another common horse that you've seen Club Car run against in several of her last few races is Dos Vinos, who's got a big look in the Thoroughbred Club of America Stakes tomorrow here at Keeneland. So Club Car is certainly deserving of respect. I'm not surprised she's the second choice, but she's got a big opportunity here to pick up the win. I did talk about the 1 as my second choice in here, Risky Mandate. So let's move on to my third selection, the number 6, Cardamon for Bill Mott and Juddmonte Farms. Here's a filly that is being tested again against 2 other than company. She ran against a good group at Ellis Park going a mile. I think the cutback in distance will do her some good. And the outside draw, I think, is a benefit at odds of 7 to 1 right now on Cardamon. She has to step up to go with these 2 favorites. But if, say, something happens, these 2 favorites continue to run with each other early on or something goes wrong, I think the 7 has a scenario where she could maybe pick up the pieces and spring an upset in here.
Well, Scott, I think it's worth mentioning that during the summer meeting here at Keeneland, it was very hard to make up ground on the main track. And thus far, in 2 races, we've seen a wire-to-wire winner. And we also saw the last filly to win on the pace as well. So we'll see if these 2 horses can kind of buck that trend. And when I say 2 horses, I'm talking about the 1 Risky Mandate and the 2 Club Car, because those 2 don't necessarily figure to be on the lead. Now, Risky Mandate, I can make a case for all of her losses so far in 2020. She was just a little bit rusty in her first race of the year. She came back to stretch out a bit and go against the likes of Indian Pride, who was a very nice filly for trainer Chad Brown. I thought the 9 furlongs at Saratoga was just a little bit too far. And then last time out in the La Troyenne, it was too tough of a race. She's not going to beat the likes of Monomoy Girl. So I think this is a realistic spot for her. But Scott's right. She's going to have to work out a trip. I could see her rating behind the 5 Sarah C and the 6 Cardamon. I think those are the 2 pace setters in here. Now, the 2 Club Car, 7 furlongs makes all the difference for this filly, and Ben Colebrook has said that before in the past. 6 furlongs, it's just really tough for her to get her wheels turning and get up in time. So I love the distance for her, but will the pace develop to her liking? We shall find out. And then finally, the 5 Sarah C. She's going to be the 3rd pick in here because I do think even though she's cutting back in distance, she could be on the engine. She might be the pace setter. Now, she could get a little bit of pressure from the 6 Cardamon, but Sarah C, I think, is a touch better in terms of talent. So I'm going to use her in the 3rd slot. But it could just be down to the 1 Risky Mandate or the 2 Club Car here. We'll see who prevails. And once again, a reminder, no superfecta wagering here in the 3rd race, but a very nice event, a 2 other than allowance race, race 3, coming up next.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Street Sense Allowance Optional Claiming Race. Fillies and mares, age 3 and up, $62,500, the optional claiming price. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, no superfecta. That's because of the scratch of number 3, Figure It Out. Number 3, Figure It Out, scratched. Still have double, pick 3. Post time is coming up in just 9 minutes. Main track is listed fast.
Pretty stiff warm-up for the number 2 horse, Club Car. She's on the screen, 2-1 right now for this Daughter of Malibu Moon, a Keeneland September sales graduate from 2017. I think that she's got the advantage over the favorite because of the post-draw that the 1-horse Risky Mandate has. And you've got to like the way that she's moving out on the track, as it looks like she's just about set to team up with one of the ponies on just the other side of the tote board right now. In fact, that's the number 4 horse out in front of her, but she's going to slow things down a bit, but doing it all under the command of Corey Lannery. A really nice look to this filly, Club Car, and she was on her toes. She was ready to move on to this warm-up when she got with the pony, so a very good sight out here as we're looking at the number 2 horse, Club Car, in the warm-up. The number 1 horse, there she is with Harley, Risky Mandate. She's 4-5 right now. We'll see what she's able to do from the rail. She's yet to win from the inside draw in 4 previous attempts. Does she just simply outclass this group? That's the big question. She does have her ears pinned back right now as she's with the pony on the backside doing her warm-up, but she is a pro, and it's tough to pick apart any of these fillies from a physical standpoint in looking at them out on the racetrack. 1 horse that did change my opinion in just looking at her from a physical build is the number 5 horse, Sarah C. She is a big, stout filly by Tiz now for the coach, Dwayne Lucas. She's run 20 times. She only has 2 victories, but you can see how muscular she is. She'll cut back from 2 turning at Churchill. She's a horse that I think 7 furlongs should fit her brilliantly here today based on the way that she looks. She hasn't gone 7/8 in quite some time. She's gone the 1-turn miles at Churchill Downs as recently as the 25th of June, and even that 1.5-turn mile setup that they have over at Ellis Park, where she was the beaten favorite that day at the end of July. But she has a really nice, strong look to her at 6-1, maybe worth considering as she just clicks down to 5-1. But Gabby Gaudet, it's the 1 Risky Mandate who continues to be the favorite in here. And we've talked about Club Car, the number 2 horses. We continue to look at the 5, Sarah C. You just had a conversation with Ben Colebrook about his filly, Club Car. What does he make of her chances here today as she's the second choice at 2-1?
Yeah, he said she's kind of that 7 furlong specialist, and you can see that from her form. She loves this distance. The question is, in this smaller field, if that pace will develop enough for her to come closing from off of the pace. But she's sharp today. We were joking just a moment ago, Scott, that maybe she's feeling a little bit of the crisp fall air because she's definitely on her toes today.
She looks great, 2-1, and we're 5 minutes away from this third race featuring a group of classy fillies getting set to go 7/8 of a mile.
The horses have reached the starting gate. Keeneland's third race, the Street Sense. They are at the post. They're off. Cardamon away quickly from the far outside, but here's Risky Mandate kicking in down toward the inside. Risky Mandate scoots up down toward the rail, takes the lead as they head up the backstretch now. Cardamon goes second, a length off the lead to the outside, second by just an X. Sarah C. close up third, then a gap of just over 2 back to Club Car, and Clear as Day is last for that move up the backstretch. Cardamon settling back in that second position, allowing Risky Mandate to show the way by just over a length as the field makes the move into the far turn. Sarah C. is third, 2 lengths off the lead, gap of 2.5 back to Club Car. Same gap from that one back to Clear as Day as they move midway on the turn. And so far, Risky Mandate yet to face a test, still has the lead by 2, by 3 now. Cardamon has lost some ground to the leader in that second position, being pushed along in second, gap of 2 more back to Club Car, who swings to the outside third around Sarah C. Margin of 6 more back to Clear as Day, but Risky Mandate has a 5-length lead off the far turn. Club Car has gone to second, swings by to the outside of Cardamon. So the question for Club Car now is to try to chase down Risky Mandate, who's coming to the 8th pole, leads it by 2 lengths. Club Car still trying to get her, though. Club Car has not thrown in the towel yet, but Risky Mandate, a stubborn foe, past the 16th pole, maintains a 2-length advantage. Risky Mandate chased all the way by Club Car, but that's how they finish. Risky Mandate to win it for Luis Saez. Club Car was across the line in the second position. Cardamon was third, and Sarah C. fourth. Clear as Day fifth.
We once again see speed doing well here on opening day. In this situation, risky mandate, Gabby. She did have to go fast. The internal fractions were quick. She stops the clock in 1:22.2, but the difference was down the backstretch. Nobody went with her, and she was able to get comfortable for a vast majority of this race.
And this is a filly who in the past has not gotten out of the gate very well, and today it was not the case at all. Luis Saez broke quickly and got that position on the lead, and it was pretty much all said and done from there. When a filly that has these credentials gets into a spot like that, it's hard to pass her. But I thought it was an admirable performance from Club Car, who wound up finishing second.
She just had too much to do as the race was on at the quarter pole. As you mentioned, she ran a good race, but not good enough, as it's risky mandate for Ghost Hollow Farm, Tom Amos, and Luis Saez.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 1 Risky Mandate first, 2 Club Car was second, 6 Cardamom third, 5 Sarah C fourth, 1, 2, 6, 5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the Street Sense 1 Risky Mandate. Owned by the Ghost Hollow Farm of William J. Jones, trained by Tom Amos, Luis Saez, the jockey. Risky Mandate, a 4-year-old strong mandate filly out of Paying Off by Malibu Moon, bred in Kentucky by Ghost Hollow Farms, LLC. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 22.4 seconds. Third race, results official. 1, 2, 6, 5, official results for Keeneland's third event. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. The turf is listed good. The rail set at 20 feet. A reminder, there is a $1,200 plus carryover for the Super High Five jackpot. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. In the fourth race, overweight the 4 Inveterate, the jockey 1 pound over. No changes to report in race 5. Looking ahead to the 6th, scratch the 10 Dream Quest. That's the 6th race, scratch 10 Dream Quest.
the program right there.
Race number 4, 20 minutes to post as we take a look into the paddock as these fillies and mares will be asked to go 1 1/8 miles, 9 furlongs on the turf course, which is listed as good. And this entry-level allowance group is headlined right now by Blame Debbie, who's the slight favorite over the inside to Blame Debbie 2-1. Then you've got Aurelia Garland and Prairie Wings sitting at 5-2. I'll start with the number 2 horse, Prairie Wings, for Shadwell Stable, a filly by Tappet out of Love Me Only, which they purchased for $800,000 at Keeneland September back in 2018. It's easy to see why. Start with Tappet. He's well known, one of the most productive sires ever. The filly, Love Me Only, she is a half-sister to one of the all-time greats and great stallions in Giants Causeway. So you've got quite the pedigree when it comes to Prairie Wings. And here's a filly that's run well on turf. She did so up at Saratoga 2 starts back. And then on her last race, or in her last race taken off the turf course, and she was a winner at 1 1/8 miles in the slop. She has just simply not run a bad race. And we'll see if she can pick up her first turf win here today, a filly that is worth a lot of money regardless of what happens based on her pedigree when you take a look at the daughter of Tappet out of the half-sister to Giants Causeway in Love Me Only. Aurelia Garland is my second choice for Rudy Brisset. Last seen in the Torrey Pines Stakes. They'll move this daughter of Constitution over to the turf course. Constitution, most known for his winners and especially his 3-year-old crop on the dirt, led by Tiz the Law, the leading 3-year-old of 2020. But he has had winners on the turf course as well. So watch out for this filly as she makes that transition. And also watch out for Umberto Rispoli. Umberto Rispoli is a rider that showed up at Santa Anita on opening day last year on December 26th and put together a strong start under the guidance of Ron Anderson. He's now with Scotty McClellan, his jock's agent, longtime agent of Alex Solis, one of the all-time greats. And Umberto Rispoli's coming off of a Del Mar meet where he was 1 win away from tying Flavian Pratt for leading rider, and a vast majority of Rispoli's wins down at Del Mar have come on turf. So he is extremely good on grass. You cannot leave Umberto Rispoli, the jock, off your ticket this weekend as he's in town to ride a lot of stakes races, but look for him on the turf especially. 5-2 on Aurelia Garland. And then finally, Gabby, I'll go to a bit of a price horse right now. That's the number 6 horse at 7-1, Urban Fairy Tale, the daughter of Distorted Humor. She was last seen going 1 1/8 miles at Churchill Downs over good listed going. She's got past races that put her forward. I think that she'll hopefully show a little bit more tactical speed here today in this 1 1/8 miles race. We'll see if she can stay the trip. That's the big question. But I think that she may have the jump on some of these fillies based on some of her previous races on the turf.
All right, Scott. Yeah, you can see on the board right now. Obviously, the favorite is the 7, Blame Debbie at 2-1, but not much separates the inside runners in the 1 and the 2. I landed on the 2, Prairie Wings, as the top selection here for trainer Todd Pletcher as well as Scott. She did show speed in that 1 3/8 miles race at Saratoga. I don't necessarily think she needs a lead. She definitely looks like a filly that's rateable, at least judging by some of her dirt races. Case in point, her last race in which she rated from off of the pace and went on to win under Luis Saez. So she just seems like a versatile filly. I think the 9 furlongs on the turf should be perfect for her, and she should get a nice covered up trip towards the inside. The number 6, Urban Fairy Tale, is one that I wanted to throw in at a price 7-1 because there are a couple of fillies in here that are trying the turf and trying this distance for the first time, whereas the 6, Urban Fairy Tale, you get what you see on form, and she is consistent from a numbers standpoint. I also think, although the turf is listed as good, it's kind of good to firm, and she should like the conditions here versus the yielding going that she had to deal with at Indiana Grand 2 starts back. She looks like she's working into this race forwardly, so using her in the exacta. And then finally, the 7, Blame Demi. She is another one that at least she is the proven commodity on the turf. Now, technically, she hasn't won on the turf yet as she was disqualified in her last race, but she is capable. I guess the question is whether or not, if this is going to be a good distance for her, but judging by some of her most recent performances, she does at least have enough natural speed to get herself into the race flow early under Joel Rosario. So Really, the question in this race is, do you want to go with those horses who have already proven themselves on the turf, like Blame Debbie, like the 6 Urban Fairy Tale, or do you want to take a little bit of a shot with the horse like the 1, Aurelia Garland, who is talented but trying the turf for the first time? So there is a lot going on in this race, and I think you can see that reflected on the tote board right now. We are 15 minutes out from the 4th race. Best of luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Medaglia d'Oro, an allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up, at 1 1/8 over the turf-listed good rail set at 20 feet today. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Carryover of over $1,200 for the Super High 5 jackpot. No scratches, no jockey changes in this fourth race. Overweight, the 4 Inveterate, the jockey 1 pound over. Post time 7 minutes.
Horses on track here for the fourth race. Coming up next, first level allowance race, 9 furlongs on the turf course. And we'll start off with the 7 Blame Debbie. And I can't say anything negative about this filly. She just looks good at the end of it. And she is the horse that is proven on the turf. You know, there are a couple of fillies in here trying the distance, trying the surface for the first time. So I do think that she will be a formidable foe here at 9-5, and one to definitely respect. But we'll check in with a couple others, including the number 2 Prairie Wings. This is a filly who finished second at 1 3/8 on the turf 2 starts back. She's a big filly, but she's also kind of lean and aerodynamic. So you like that, at least for a turf course that's listed as good. Now, she is getting a bit warm, and she's definitely on her toes. It's a cool day. So that is something to consider with the 2 Prairie Wings. And then we'll check in with the rail filly, the number 1, Aurelia Garland, who is trying the turf for the first time today. Now, look, she is by Constitution. Constitution has had an incredible season with his progeny for the past 2 years. They can run on the dirt, they can run on the turf, but this is a filly that, at least physically, Scott, she looks like she almost would do better sprinting on the dirt. But I know that you had an opportunity to speak to her trainer. What did he say about the surface change?
He said that they've been thinking or considering this over the last couple of races, and now realized that the time was to do it now after the tough runners that she faced off against between her attempts in the Grade 3 Iowa Oaks and then that grade 3 Torrey Pines. So he feels confident that she'll be able to make the transition. I asked him about the ship from Southern California up here to Kentucky. He said she's the easiest filly to be around. So at odds of 7-2, we'll see if that ease is moved over as far as the surface switch is concerned. I also asked him about Umberto Rispoli and how much confidence it gives him to leg him up. And he said, you know what, today, just now, was the first time I'd ever met Umberto. Their paths never had crossed when it came to racing in France because Umberto would race there. But he legs him up here today, and now they'll team up. And as I said before, I don't know if you caught it at Keeneland at home or will this weekend with Christina Blacker, excuse me. She's had a chance. I had a chance to speak to him, and I said, "What is it about the grass that makes you so comfortable, Umberto?" And he said, "It's just the experience of it because there's so much more of it outside of America, and he's had to adapt more to the dirt racing than the turf." And he goes, "It's about saving ground, and if you want to let me have the inside, it's a good spot to be, and then give me those slots to work with." So he's obviously got the inside here today with Aurelia Garland, who draws the rail.
Any distance, too. I was looking at statistics with Umberto Rispoli sprinting on the turf, too, and the stats are outstanding. So we'll see if the team can get together to get a victory with Aurelia Garland. I'm not sold yet, Scott. I personally think she looks like a dirt horse and maybe a little bit less ground, but we'll see. We have to trust Rudolph Brisset and his assessment of this filly. And then finally, I want to quickly mention a long shot, the number 3 Channel Princess. I really like her on track. Now, I know the class might not be there, but she's 28-1. I loved how she warmed up today. You can see her standing next to the pony or walking next to the pony, and she just has a lot of confidence to her. So maybe one that you want to throw in at a big price is the 3 Channel Princess, but overall a very nice field here. And right now, the 7 Blame Debbie is your 7-5 favorite as we are 3 minutes out.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 4th race, the Medaglia d'Oro. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Urban Fairy Tale for the lead. Aurelia Garland to the inside. Here's Inveterate. Long shot moving up between horses. And Prairie Wings is there down toward the inside. Inveterate comes forward for the lead and slides over next to the rail. Here's Urban Fairy Tale. Second, Prairie Wings in third. Channel Princess fourth. Then Aurelia Garland settles back into the fifth position, followed by Blame Debbie, who's in sixth. A gap of 5 more lengths back to Never Say No, Let's Go in seventh. And Tempers Rising is last of the 8 as they swing around the first turn and head for the backstretch. Inveterate against the rail leads it. Inveterate by a length. Here's Urban Fairy Tale just off the leader's flank now in second, 23.13 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Prairie Wings tucked away toward the rail in third. A length and a half off the lead. Channel Princess moves up to challenge for third, takes third now by a head. Aurelia Garland biding time fifth against the rail, 3.5 to 4 lengths off the leader up the backstretch. Gap of 2 more. Back to Blame Debbie, who's yet to move from the back of the pack. Never Say No, Let's Go, and Tempers Rising to complete the field, 48.26 seconds for the opening half mile. Inveterate is the leader. Urban Fairy Tale is second. Less than a length separate the top 2. Prairie Wings looking for some running room to the far turn. Channel Princess, though, is there on her outside. Here's Blame Debbie. Moves up into fifth, running 6 lengths off the lead. 1 lane off the rail. Aurelia Garland is 6 down toward her inside as they round the far turn. Urban Fairy Tale starts to draw alongside of Inveterate. They go at it coming to the quarter pole. Prairie Wings has to change lanes to the far outside third. Blame Debbie is in fourth. Aurelia Garland fifth and buried down toward the inside. Here comes Prairie Wings chasing after Urban Fairy Tale. Aurelia Garland tries to pick it up in behind horses. Blame Debbie comes on from the outside from third. Prairie Wings, Blame Debbie on her outside. Urban Fairy Tale fights on toward the rail. Blame Debbie to the lead. Blame Debbie, Joel Rosario aboard. Blame Debbie to win it. Prairie Wings home second. And then it was Urban Fairy Tale across the line in third. Aurelia Garland got fourth.
No controversy here as Blame Debbie, the clear victory here for the daughter of Blame for Graham Motion, and in part Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners, and not the easiest of trips, Gabby, not the biggest of margins, but I think after this performance, with the wideness that she was around the course, she was a decisive winner by better than a length.
For sure, and she sat a patient trip under Joel Rosario. I think he realized the horse that he had underneath of him, and she just went on to win by a couple of lengths there in the end. And Scott, I mean, she was the proven turf horse in this race, and it played true here today. But a good performance from the 2 Prairie Wings, so it looks like she's very good on the turf as well.
She was. She had a nice enough trip. She made herself to the lead or got herself to the lead, but was outkicked by Blame Debbie. Again, Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners and others, the daughter of Blame, Graham Motion, Joel Rosario taking the 4th here on opening day.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 7 Blame Debbie was first, 2 Prairie Wings second, 6 Urban Fairy Tale third, 1 Aurelia Garland fourth, and 5 Tempers Rising fifth, 72615 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth, the Medaglia d'Oro, 7, Blame Debbie. Owned by Eclipse Thoroughbred Partners of Aaron Wellman, owned also by Michael Clunan and Tim Thornton, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey Joel Rosario. Blame Debbie, 3-year-old filly by Blame out of Jadwa by Invasor, bred in Kentucky by Tim Thornton and Tony Holmes. Mile and an eighth over the turf listed good, 1 minute 49.97 seconds. Fourth race, results official. 72615 official for Keeneland's fourth. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot of $3,171. Race 5 is on the way. This will start the Pick 6. Double and Pick 3 wagering also offered here. Main track is fast, turf listed good. No changes to report in this fifth race. Looking ahead to race 6. A reminder in the sixth race, scratch 10 Dream Quest. That's in the sixth race, scratch 10 Dream Quest. Race 7, no changes at this time. Eighth race, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix. Scratch the 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. Scratch 8 Coppertown. Scratch 10 Edgemont Road. Again, scratch 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. Scratch 8 Coppertown. Scratch 10 Edgemont Road. Race 9, the Darley Alcibiades, no changes. 10th and final race, jockey for the 1 Catapari, John Court. John Court, the jockey for the 1 Catapari. Take out 13 through 16, the also eligibles. They did not draw into the race.
Back to the 2-year-old action as we're 17 minutes away from race number 5. Does start another rolling double as well as pick threes roll. This does start the $1 pick 6, and we're taking a look right now at the even money favorite. That is the filly Off We Go, the daughter of Air Force Blue. Tom Amos, the trainer, just giving me grief because I didn't pick his horse earlier, but this time I'm actually going to pick this filly, so I hope he's listening as he saddles this daughter of Air Force Blue. She ran a big one against Travel Column, the filly that I'm going to be picking later on today in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. And this is a filly that has speed. She did well from an outside draw, so I think that we'll see a more improved effort from her today with that race under her belt. Even money, it may be short, but she just may be that good against this group here today. The number 1 horse, Risky Reward. My second play, the daughter of Emshawish for Brendan Walsh. They debuted this filly going 6.5 furlongs on the turf course at Kentucky Downs. Talk about a far cry from a young, inexperienced filly from 6.5 on the turf at Kentucky Downs to the main track here at Keeneland Racecourse. And part of the reason that you got to give this filly respect is that because her first crop stallion, Emshawish, was a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf. So watch out for her as she tries the dirt for the first time. And then finally, Gabby, super quick, my third choice in here, Mary Lou Whitney Stables, the daughter of Super Saver, who put together a strong effort in the mud at Ellis Park. We'll see if she can improve upon that. So 10-1-4 here in race number 5 for these young fillies.
Oh, you and I see this race pretty similarly, at least with regard to the top selection there as well. The number 10, Off We Go. The one thing that I found so impressive about her debut performance, she drew post 10 of 12, so she was way out there, and she almost broke the gate open. She was so fast coming out of the gate. I don't think anybody can run with her here today. Now, it's hard to say that with confidence because there are so many first-time starters in here, but she is very, very quick. So I don't mind the outside post position. I think she's just going to try to run them off their feet, and she comes out of a very tough race, second against the likes of Travel Column. Now, the 9 Sun Path is going to be the second pick for me here. This 2-year-old filly by Munnings is a full sister to Bonnie South. So Bonnie South, of course, is going to be running in the Grade 2 Black-Eyed Susan on the Preakness undercard tomorrow afternoon. She's the heavy favorite in that event. Now, the thing with Bonnie South, it did take her a couple of starts to win. In fact, her maiden win was via disqualification. So you just kind of have to ask yourself whether or not she'll be able to get the job done at 3/4 in her first start, but she certainly has the pedigree and the looks to go along with it. Some really nice looking fillies in here. And then finally, the number 4, Super Quick. I also throw into the mix here. I think she'll improve on a fast track, and I also think she was on the worst part of the track that day at Ellis Park. So I think with all that considered, she was backed by the public. She went off as a second choice around 2-1. And she's got the pedigree to, I think, move forward in here as well. But just looking at these fillies, I mean, there are some really good-looking fillies. I have no qualms with the 10, Off We Go. She looks fabulous. I also thought that the 7, Joy of Painting, a first-time starter for trainer Rusty Arnold with Julian Leparoux and the irons. This is another 2-year-old filly by Munnings. She looks sharp in the paddock and looks like one to maybe use as well. She looks sharp but also fit, and she's 17-1. We'll talk more about this field on trackside, get a look at these fillies warming up. So we'll do that in just a few moments as we are 14 minutes out from the 5th race, a very nice 2-year-old maiden special weight event. And of course, this does kick off that pick 6. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, the Astern. Race 5 is where the pick 6 gets underway. There's a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of $3,171. Race 5 is for fillies 2 years of age, maiden special weight, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Reminder, the main track fast turf listed good. Double pick 3 and pick 6 wagering, no changes in this fifth event. Post time at just 6 minutes.
Two-year-old fillies warming up on the track here as we approach the upcoming fifth race, start of the pick 6. I'm not going to spend any time on the 10 Off We Go because she just looks fantastic on track and she is the 3-2 favorite. Instead, I want to talk about some of these first-time starters, including the number 9 Sun Path, a first-time starter for trainer Brad Cox. I mentioned a moment ago that she is a full sister to Bonnie South, who of course is running in the Black Eyed Susan tomorrow on the Preakness undercard. I love how this filly looks. And one thing that I mentioned in the paddock was that maybe she won't be ready to win today at 6 furlongs in her first start. But physically and mentally, how she's acting on the track, I kind of have the opposite thought now. She looks super professional. Looks like she's done this 1,000 times before in the past. And she also looks incredibly fit. So the 9 Sun Path is definitely one I think you have to respect. Now, the 7 Joy of Painting, this was another filly by Munnings too. They spent $50,000 for her as a yearling at the Keeneland September sale for trainer Rusty Arnold, and she's nice. She just continues to really impress me on track. You can see her, even her physical build, how much muscle definition she has behind the saddle, even on her shoulder. So she has that natural muscle. It looks like she's naturally quick too. So another one to maybe consider here at 16-1 as this, again, does start the pick 6. And then finally, the number 1 Risky Reward, a filly that I didn't really get to talk about much in the paddock. This is the second-time starter for trainer Brendan Walsh. She showed speed and faded to finish second to Royal Approval at Kentucky Downs in her first start. That was at 6.5 furlongs. And one thing that we found is that horses coming out of the Kentucky Downs races, they really get a lot of fitness out of those races. And now the fact that she's cutting back slightly and switching surfaces to 6 furlongs, I actually think she might improve. The 6 furlongs on the dirt looks like it should be fine with her. The only issue is that is she going to be put in a chasing position, chasing the likes of Off We Go, because she is fast. I don't think anybody is as fast as she is. So she'll be caught in a different situation today from the rail, and we'll see if she can navigate it. She is a little bit of a smaller filly, and I worry about her with that rail post position, but she definitely looks fit here today for trainer Brendan Walsh. The betting public, as myself, I think it's really all about the 10 Off We Go and what she can do in her second start here today. But do pay attention to the number 9 Sunpath, that first-time starter for Brad Cox. This looks like a really solid field of 2-year-old fillies as we're 2 minutes out.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Astern, start of the pick 6. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Off We Go for the lead, but also early speed here from Sentimental Cross. Zaparita between horses. Joy of Painting is there up on the outside. Risky Reward makes the 5th in that line as they head up the backstretch. Front 5 are separated by a half length. Super Quick is behind that wall of horses in 6th. Sun Path placed toward the outside, 3 lanes off the rail and trying to move up a closer 7th. Then a gap of 3 more lengths back to Peachy Queen, who is 8th, down to the inside of Solemn Oath in 9th. And Just Life is the distant trailer. 22.51 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Still bunching for the lead. Joy of Painting. Off We Go to the outside. Zaparita there to their inside. Next separates the top 3 coming off the turn. Super Quick 4th. Sun Path is 5th. Sentimental Cross has lost ground. Drops back in 6th. They turn for home. Off We Go has a short lead off the far turn. Zaparita has dropped back to the inside, coming to the 8th pole. Joy of Painting is still there, but 3rd between horses. Sun Path tries to pick up the leader. 4th, but running out of time. Far outside. Off We Go 3-length lead. Sunpath still trying. 2.5 lengths. 2 lengths between them. Down to the wire. Off we go. Wins it for Tyler Gaffalione. Sunpath had to settle for second. And then further back, it was Super Quick in third, followed by Joy of Painting and Zapparita.
Off we go. Super impressive in her second career start. She was about 5 wide throughout the majority of this race. And Gabby, I think when she came away from the starting gate, she was so quick that she actually may have touched her nose to the ground.
Yeah, it kind of looked like she stumbled coming out of the gate. And obviously, if that hadn't have happened, Scott, she probably would have secured a position on the front end by herself. But instead, she had to have that wide trip. It didn't seem to matter. This is a serious filly. I think the top 3 finishers of this race, they're going to do big things moving forward.
That's Off We Go, the daughter of Air Force Blue. A second win on the day for Tom Amos. And he's still got a big opportunity coming later on today in the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix with no parole.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. 10 Off We Go first, 9 Sunpath the second, 4 Super Quick third, 7 Joy of Painting fourth, 5 Zapparita fifth, 10, 9, 4, 7, 5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 5th, the Astern, 10 Off We Go. Owned by BCWT Limited, Temple Weber Jr., trained by Tom Amos for his second winner on the card, Tyler Gaffalione, the jockey. Off We Go, 2-year-old filly from the first crop by Air Force Blue out of Conquest Straight Up by Not Bourbon, bred in Kentucky by Pippa's Hurricane LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute, 11.26. Race 5, results official, 10-9-4-7-5. The official results, Keeneland's 5th. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $4,286. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. As we head on now into race 6 to start the late pick 5. Double and pick 3 wagering also featured here. Main track is fast. The turf is good today. A reminder, race 6, a mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 10 Dream Quest. 10 Dream Quest is a scratch. 7th race, no changes at this time. Race 8, the stall Keeneland, Ogden, Phoenix. Scratch 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. Scratch 8, Coppertown, and scratch 10, Edgemont Road. 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. 8, Coppertown, and 10, Edgemont Road, scratched. 9th and featured race, the Grade 1, Darley Alcibiades. No changes at this time. 10th and final event, the jockey for the 1, Perry, John Court. John Court, the jockey for the 1, Perry. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race. Eel Point running on late in the final furlong. Vasariano, though, has the lead by 3 lengths. And you've still got Patriots War fighting on in second. Eel Point's third. Here's the wire. Vasariano wins it. Ricardo Santana Jr. aboard. And the leaders in the final furlong. Farsighted opening up by 5 lengths now. Back to Naughty Rendezvous. Silk and Sugar runs late from the outside. Mania still fights on down toward the rail, but well behind Farsighted. Farsighted just draws off for Julien Leperoux. Farsighted much the best here. Club Car has not thrown in the towel yet, but Risky Mandate, a stubborn foe. Past the 16th pole, maintains a 2-length advantage. Risky Mandate chased all the way by Club Car, but that's how they finish. Risky Mandate to win it for Luis Saez. Aurelia Garland tries to pick it up in behind horses. Blame Debbie comes on from the outside from third. Prairie Wings, Blame Debbie on her outside. Urban Fairy Tale fights on toward the rail. Blame Debbie to the lead. Blame Debbie, Joel Rosario aboard. Blame Debbie to win it. Prairie Wings home second. Sunpath tries to pick up the leader. Fourth, but running out of time. Far outside. Off we go. 3-length lead. Sunpath still trying. 2.5 lengths. 2 lengths between them. Down to the wire. Off we go. Wins it for Tyler Gaffaleone. Sunpath had to settle for second.
As an owner, I love the Breeders' Cup Win in Your In series.
To win one of these challenge series is a way that we kind of map out our schedule throughout the year with our horses.
If you win one of the challenge races, you have a very good horse.
The King George, which is our Win in Your In race, provides the top middle distance horse in Europe. We saw Highland Reel run in both races.
We know when we show up at the Breeders' Cup, we've got the world to beat, not just everybody in the United States. Breeders' Cup Challenge, win, and you're in.
Their track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! It's still unbeaten!
Our track record.
Bernardini is pouring it on and he's pulling away! The wire! Italia Doro wins! Here comes the stern and the colt is letting rip with the...
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years, and we're as proud as ever to support the G1 Darley Alcibiades. Darley.
We're on to the second half of the card here on opening day. Thus, the start of the late pick 5 begins with race number 6 in 18 minutes. And the story so far has been the day that Tom Amos has had. He just picked up his second win. He's looking for his third in a row. He still has no parole to come in the Stoll Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Stakes. The featured one a co-feature for the Breeders' Cup Win a Year in Challenge Series for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. But he's also got the favorite here, Spun d'Etat for 930 Racing LLC, a filly by Hard Spun, who comes off of her maiden victory at Saratoga, and she's yet to run a bad race. She was third behind Pouillet Timing, who's looking to bounce back here today. She's the 6 at 10-1. She was then third behind Lady Lily in her most second to last start. That's the Nyquist filly for Steve Asmussen, who ran a good third in the Grade 1 Spinaway, and then she comes off of that win. So maybe a bit of an overreaction as far as the market is concerned with the day that Amos is having, but bottom line, she's my top pick in here. I think that just based on her consistency, and I don't mind the outside draw with this filly here today going a mile. I think that she's got the speed to overcome that, and obviously the pedigree to do just about whatever she wants by Hard Spun out of the Empire Maker mare, stakes winning mare, Coup. She's my top play in here. The number 6, Pouillet Timing for Norm Cassie, the daughter of Super Saver. I think that if she's going to improve, perhaps it comes today on the stretch out rather, to a route for the very first time. She did little in that Ellis Park race off that good race here at Keeneland, so we'll see if the stretch out does in fact wake her up with Julian Le Peru and with Norm having a nice runner in that last race here at Keeneland, race number 5. And then finally, the number 7 horse, Lady Lily for Steve Asmussen. Nice debut win. Third behind one of the top fillies in the country, and Vequist, that daughter of Nyquist. This daughter of Nyquist, Gabby, looking to take that step forward. And we've seen the Nyquist do just about whatever they've been asked to do here in 2020, including picking up Grade 1 wins up north in Woodbine. So those are my top 3 selections, and another very good and very well-bred group of freshman runners.
We certainly have some nice 2-year-olds today on the card. I went to the number 1, Torsi's Charm, as the top pick. I was just so impressed by this filly's performance last time out. Now, that was her first start on the main track, and that was at Ellis going 7/8. I don't know what Joe Talamo is going to do from the inside draw. Maybe he'll be aggressive with her and secure a position on the lead stretching out to 2 turns. I also think she's good enough to maybe be tractable, but we shall see. I do think that she is very talented, the 1, Torsi's Charm, coming out of that impressive victory last out. The number 6, Pouillet Timing, yes, she did not run very well last time out in the debutante, going against the likes of Crazy Beautiful, who is the favorite in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades later today. And it was a scenario where there was a lot of bad weather in Kentucky leading into her last race, and she did have to miss a work, and I don't think that she was going into the race at 100% fitness. So all that considered, now she's going into today's race really, really well, and we'll just have to see if she can stretch out to a distance of ground, as this is her first start going 2 turns. And then finally, the number 9, Spun d'Etat, is the third selection. It's interesting to see that this filly is 2-1. It's kind of like, what have you done for me lately? Because Pouillet Timing actually did beat Spun d'Etat in that first race, whereas Spun d'Etat, yeah, she's coming in out of a good race, but that was over a sloppy sealed track, and Pouillet Timing comes in off of a poor performance last time out. We'll see. I think this is the true test. Who is the better filly here today? My main concern with Spun d'Etat is not so much the talent, but number 1, can she stretch out effectively to 2 turns today, and how much did that last race, the sloppy sealed track, help her? She's by Hard Spun. She's out of an Empire Maker mare. She is bred top and bottom to succeed on a track with moisture in it. So we'll see if she'll regress off of that last race or if she in fact will improve. But I do like her in the top 3 here today. So 1, 6, 9, top 3 selections for me as we kick off the late pick 5. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race, the hard spun allowance optional claiming race, $75,000, the claiming price. Fillies 2 years of age, they'll go a mile over the main track, which listed fast, and a reminder that this race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double, pick 3, late pick 5. A reminder, the carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $4,286. Scratch 10, Dream Quest scratched. Post time, 8 minutes.
.6 minutes away from these 2-year-old fillies getting set to stretch out to the mile distance here at Keeneland on the main track. Once again, this race does start the late pick 5 on opening day. Just want to start with the fillies that really perked up when coming out onto the track. Torsi's Charm, the first onto the track, the daughter of More Than Ready. A great appearance for Eddie Keneally in Summer Place Farm. She was a winner last time out, going 7/8 of a mile at Ellis. We'll see what Joe Talamo opts to do with that inside draw if she does, in fact, show the same sort of speed that she did going 7/8 of a mile. Her body language suggests that we may see that from her. She looks well out there, 9-2, one to strongly consider here, at least in the late pick 5. The number 4 horse going right past her. Let's Go There. There's another one that looked really nice out onto the track. She's got a big hind end on her and really flashy. The chestnut daughter of American Pharaoh out of the Holy Bull Mare Warrior Maid, who was a stakes winner. She's produced 4 winners from 4 starters, one of which is this filly. She broke her maiden first time out going 7/8, then the one-turn mile where they went extremely quick, the race taken by Girl Daddy. But she looks well enough out there. I've got to like the post in here, 5-1 for her, one to certainly keep an eye on as well. And then Spun d'Etat, she came out. She's picked it up as far as the warm-up is concerned. She came out pretty even out onto the track when she got with the pony. She comes off of that win at Saratoga in the slop and then ran into some very good runners in her previous 2 starts before breaking her maiden to see if Tom Amoss can pick up his 3rd win on the afternoon. She still sits as the favorite, but now she has company as Lady Lily, the runner-up or 3rd-place finisher in the Grade 1 Spinaway, has moved into the 5-2 slot. 5 minutes to play the late pick 5 on opening day here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland 6, the hard spun, start of the late pick 5. First wire at the post. Off. There goes Lady Lily from the outside. Pouillet timing between horses. Torcy's Charm has early speed down to the inside. Torcy's Charm starts to move up, but Pouillet timing is there up on the outside, has a narrow lead. Into the first turn, Lady Lily will go third around the outside of Cruella in fourth. Spun d'Etat moves up in fifth. American Grace is in sixth. Dash to the top is seventh. Tate is racing in the eighth position, and Stephanie's Jewel last. As the field moves through the opening quarter, and it's on the board in 22.81 seconds. Onto the backstretch they go, and Pouillet timing has gotten away on a near 5-length lead up the backstretch now to Torcy's Charm, and second by just a length. Lady Lily third between horses a half length, and is joined by Spun d'Etat, who is fourth up on the outside, and then American Grace in fifth at the midpoint of the backstretch. Dash to the top, Cruella, Tate, and a gap of 6 more back to Stephanie's Jewel last. It was 46.85 seconds for the first half mile. On to the far turn they go. Pouillet timing, that lead is slipping away. It's down to 2 lengths now. Here comes Torcy's Charm, Lady Lily. Spun d'Etat fourth up on the far outside. Let's see what Torcy's Charm can do now. Moves off the rail between horses and is just off the leader's flank around the far turn. Lady Lily tries to go with her. They've still got to get by Pouillet timing, who's still there with the lead for Julienne Leperoux coming off the turn. Lady Lily is there to the outside. Dash to the top. Going to swing far outside. Remember, short stretch here. They come toward the final furlong. Dash to the top of the far outside, coming after Lady Lily. Torcy's Charm in third. Pouillet timing now drops back along the rail to fifth. Into the final furlong, Lady Lily has the lead. Late run Spun d'Etat to fourth, in behind horses. 16th pole, Dash to the top, still trying to catch Lady Lily. Dash to the top's got her. Dash to the top, trying at the line. Oh, photo for the win. Either Dash to the top or Lady Lily for that top spot.
This is going to take some time as they battle down to the wire, dash to the top, trying to come over the top. As Lady Lily at this point in time had established the lead, she starts to idle just a bit and dash to the top. The Daughter of Violence is trying to kick it in, and they'll start to match strides down to the wire. A very tight photo between these top two runners. Very difficult from that angle to call it on that first wire. We can tell you that the final time is 1:39 flat. And that's about it. Here it looks like the five's got her nose in front, but then coming back on the inside is Lady Lily. And right on the break in the wire, very, very close. This one goes to the judges.
Photo for the win. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. In the photo, 7, Lady Lily finished first. 5, Dash to the Top second. 4, American Grace third. 9, Spun d'Etat fourth. 1, Torsi's Charm fifth. 75491, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth race, the hard spun, 7, Lady Lily. Owned by Phoenix Thoroughbred 3 Limited of Amir Abdulaziz Ahmed, trained by Steve Asmussen. 2 wins for him on the card, back-to-back for Tyler Gaffalione. Lady Lily, a 2-year-old Nyquist filly. Miss Inclined is the dam, she by Pulpit. The winner bred in Kentucky by Muller, Thoroughbred Stable Limited. 1 mile over the fast main track, 1 minute 39.16 seconds for this Keeneland September graduate. Race 6 results official. 75491, official for Keeneland 6th. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $5,469. Race 7 coming up. This will start the $200,000 guaranteed pick 4, presented by TVG. Double and pick 3 wagering also available here. A reminder, the turf is listed good, rail at 20 feet today. No changes in race 7. 8th race, the stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix. Scratch the 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. Scratch 8, Coppertown. Scratch 10, Edgemont Road. 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up. 8, Coppertown. 10, Edgemont Road. Scratched. Featured 9th, Grade 1, Darley, Alcibiades. No changes at this time. 10th and final race, John Court, the jockey for the 1, Catapari. Number 1, Catapari, the jockey, John Court. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
It's late pick four time here on opening day, and the late pick four, 50 cents, is guaranteed and presented by TVG, guaranteed at $200,000. Right now, taking a look into the paddock at the number 5 horse. I Hear You, my top selection. I'll go 582 here. I Hear You for Bradley Thoroughbreds et al., a daughter of Street Sense who's run good races in her last couple. She was debuted at Laurel, ran into a next out winner, progressed off of that, and has run well over good listed turf courses in her last 2 starts. She did so at Keeneland here back during the summer meet on the 8th of July on that opening day card to win and beat next out winners that day. And then they stepped her up to a mile and an eighth. The last time out of Churchill did Mike Stidham, and she ran a very good second place finish after not breaking all that cleanly that day. She's been training up forwardly at Fairhill, the main location for the Stidham runners. So I expect this filly here to take that next step, and obviously shown that she can stay the trip of a mile and an eighth, which will be so key for these fillies over the good listed turf course that they're dealing with here today. The number 8 horse, Luck Money for Arnold Delacour, my second choice. She's going to have to overcome the outside draw. She should be able to establish some early position based on the way that she's run as of late. And she's run in some races and been part of quick paces. So that gives me hope that she can sit a little bit more forward if need be, if that's what Joel Rosario opts to do. Rosario is so good at adapting to whatever is thrown at him. So he'll be the one ultimately making the call coming away from the starting gate. You've also got to respect that strong third-place finish in the $500,000 Dueling Ground Oaks last time out at Kentucky Downs, beaten by the Nice Godolphin Mike Stidham runner in Micheline. So we'll see if she can take that next step forward here today, and the slight cut back in distance may be another positive for the 8 at 3-1. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Quiet Dignity for Mike Maker, a Kitten's Joy filly who also takes a cutback in distance. She's seen a mile and 3/8, a mile and a half in her last 2 starts. She may get outrun early, but if the pace is too quick, I would expect that she and Brian Hernandez Jr. will be the ones to close late. She's showing a lot of class in the way she's carrying herself down in the paddock right now. She's 6-1 right now on the tote board. Let's talk about a couple of other fillies in this race that are getting some play. Let's move over to the number 4 horse if we can. That's Ella Brilla, another Kitten's Joy filly. This one trained by Brian Lynch. She's another runner that should be coming on late. She's typically drops anchor in these distance races. She has shown the ability to wire fields and did so here at Keeneland last October when she broke her maiden. She rarely runs a bad race. She's always in the mix late. At 4-1, she would not be a surprise, and absolutely would not be a surprise underneath in this spot. She's 4-1 right now on the tote board. Then the filly, just to her inside, at least will be in the starting gate, Sorsum Corda, the number 3 horse. Ian Wilkes, another one by Constitution that's taking to the grass here today. We saw the Rudy Brisset runner run decent in her first try on turf, but this filly has shown that she can win on grass, and she did so at Saratoga, closing in a mile and 3/8 race that had very little pace. You don't expect to see much pace in those races to begin with, but you don't expect to see horses close in the fashion that she did. She also comes out of the Dueling Ground Oaks run at Kentucky Downs. She's run twice here at Keeneland, one of which was the best, was her most recent back in the July meets here at Keeneland, that summer meet where she was 3rd, closing to not a very quick pace either. She's 6-1, another one that you have to consider. So pretty wide open race. You've got the 5 as the top play right now at 9-5. Can't expect that to change really as we approach post time in 14 minutes. But just looking at the handful that we spoke about as far as the late pick 4 is concerned, it's a challenging way to start things. But these are very good sequences when you get to dive into pools such as this $200,000 guaranteed pool presented by TVG. And we still have the Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix, that grade 2 winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint to come, as well as the grade 1 Darley Alcibiades featuring some of the best 2-year-old fillies in North America right now. Good luck if you're playing. Good luck in the late pick 4. You've got 13 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland 7th, the Bernardini, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good. Again, the rail at 20 feet today. Double, pick 3, $200,000 guaranteed. Pick 4, presented by TVG. And a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot of just over $5,400. No scratches, no jockey changes in race 7. Post time is 8 minutes away.
Now 6 minutes away from the start of the $200,000 guaranteed late pick 4 presented by TVG. And just as a whole, watching these fillies come out onto the track, just long, elegant-looking fillies, and something you would expect to see when looking at a group that are getting ready to go a mile and an eighth, and starting with the number 2 horse, Quiet Dignity. She's looking lovely out there. She did when she first arrived onto the racetrack and does so in warm-up. So the daughter of Kitten's Joy, she's my third choice on the board at 7-1 right now. Would not be surprised if she's able to run a big one here and spring a very mild upset. I don't think that we're going to see any surprises in here, truthfully, when looking at the form of these horses and just looking at the way that they're making their appearances out onto the track. Same can be said with Ella Brilla, another daughter of Kitten's Joy in the 4 yellow saddlecloth. She runs well here at Keeneland, and there she is in the standstill. She looks even better when she gets moving. She's got Corey Lannery on her back, 4-1, which would mean a $10 winner right now on the tote board if she holds that over the next 5 minutes. But Ella Brilla, another Kitten's Joy filly, looking to get the distance here today. They're bred to do things beyond even distances such as this, so we'll see how she's able to perform. And then arguably the longest shot that I would go to would be the one-horse Choate Bridge, who's 14-1 for Brendan Walsh. We'll see if she can bounce back off of that disappointing run last time out, but I just don't think that the pace scenario is going to was to her liking going a mile. It's a far swing from mile runners to a mile and an eighth that she gets to go here today, and that mile race at Kentucky Downs was quickly run. You can look at the internal fractions. She's not going to have to worry about that same sort of scenario, and we've seen a flash of brilliance from her when she broke her maiden at Churchill, sitting just off the pace. She went into the deep end of the pool in the Grade 3 Regret, and she was 9th, beaten 7 lengths that day. So perhaps that comeback race last time out, the way that she looks, the step back up and trip to a mile and an eighth, 14-1 might be a strong look. At least deserves a strong look, especially if you're starting that late pick 4, which you've got now 4 minutes to play, guaranteed at $200,000, presented by TVG.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Bernardini, start of the $200,000 guaranteed Pick 4 presented by TVG. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Quiet Dignity from the inside. I Hear You from in between horses is up close in the opening strides as well. And here comes Lemon Popper striding forward. Lemon Popper now has a narrow lead. Quiet Dignity right there to the inside. These two separated by less than a length, moving by the stands, although Lemon Popper now starts to move on by and takes over the lead by just over a length. I Hear You moves up second, a half length to the outside of Quiet Dignity third, who will save some ground to the inside around the first turn. Ella Brilla is 3 wide in fourth, moving up now to challenge for that second spot. Then further back, Choate Bridge is down to the inside in 5th position and is followed by Luck Money. Now, Luck Money is 6th, moving up 5th on the outside, stays outward from the rail, nearly 4 lengths from the front. Further back, first course, side by side with Sursum Corda at the back. It was 24.28 seconds for the opening quarter. Up front, Ella Brilla keeps moving forward. Ella Brilla now has the lead by just ahead, although Lemon Popper still there second to the inside, a length and a half. I Hear You is in third by 3/4 of a length, followed by Quiet Dignity, fourth, a half length. Luck Money, fifth up on the outside. Choate Bridge, first course, and Sursum Corda, 49.59 for the first half mile. Over to the far turn. Lemon Popper fights back, leads it again by a half length. Ella Brilla second by 2 lengths around the turn. I Hear You is in third. Here's Luck Money, swinging to the outside from fourth, but still nearly 5 lengths off the lead. Quiet Dignity is fifth down toward the inside. They turn for home. Lemon Popper chased by Ella Brilla, who's right alongside. Luck Money needs to find more and find it quickly than I Hear You. And a late run from Choate Bridge down the center of the course, but still in 5th position. Choate Bridge trying to come after Ella Brilla. Quiet Dignity to the inside, and Luck Money is there fighting on as well. Luck Money, narrow lead. Late charge from Sursum Corda, far back to 5th, but it is Luck Money. Joel Rosario to win it, followed by Quiet Dignity across the line in second.
She goes off as the 8-5 favorite, and she earns this victory. Luck money for Catherine M. Wills for Arnold Delacour, the daughter of Looking at Lucky under Joelle Rosario. She settled back off the pace, and she ran back to her most recent performance in the Dueling Ground Oaks. A nice run from Choate Bridge. She had a lot of work to do, and boy, did she put in that work to put in about a fourth-place finish. But in the end is the 8-5 favorite, Luck Money, with Joelle Rosario dashing away for the victory here in race number 7 at Keeneland.
Waiting for result of the photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race: 8 Luck Money first, 2 Quiet Dignity second, 3 Sursum Corda was third, 1 Choate Bridge fourth, 4 Ella Brilla fifth. 82314 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Bernardini, 8 Luck Money, owned and bred in Kentucky by Dr. Catherine Wills, trained by Arno Delacour. 2 wins today for jockey Joelle Rosario. Luck Money, a dark bay or brown 3-year-old filly by Looking at Lucky, out of Flagrant by Rahi. Mile and an eighth over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 49.92 seconds. Race 7, results official, 82314 official for Keeneland's 7th race. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $6,830. Race 8 is on the way. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. The stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, scratch the 1, Shay Shay Shake Me Up, Scratch the 8 Coppertown and scratch 10 Edgemont Road. 1 Shay Shay Shake Me Up, 8 Coppertown, 10 Edgemont Road, scratched. Featured 9th race, Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. No changes in that 9th event. 10th and final race, a reminder, the jockey for the 1 Catapari, John Court. John Court, the jockey for the 1 Catapari. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race.
The first of two Breeders' Cup 1 in your in races today on opening day is in front of us. We're 19 minutes away from the Grade 2 stall Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Stakes. And the last time that the Breeders' Cup was here at Keeneland, the only time, 2015, the winner of that year's Phoenix Stakes, Run Happy, would come back a month later to take the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as the title for top sprinter in 2015. We'll see what happens here in 20 minutes. But right now, taking a look down to the paddock at Midnight Sands, who is 7-1. This is a horse that was over in Dubai for many a months for Brendan Walsh and the Cool Silk partnership, and in fact ran 5 consecutive wins in a row and was looking towards to a date on Dubai World Cup night at the end of March, but unfortunately could not compete due to the postponement of the event and the cancellation in 2020. So they regrouped, brought him over here to Churchill. We saw him run on the first race, or in the first race, on Kentucky Derby Day, and he was third just behind Grade 1 winner Hog Creek Hustle. He had the look in that race that he needed that race. They didn't truly get all that after him down the stretch, and I think that this horse takes a big step forward here today. He's got Joel Rosario, who's having himself a nice afternoon here at Keeneland, and at 7-1, taking some play. Watch out for him, a progressive type. If he moves forward, and you've got to trust Brendan Walsh in his placement in this Grade 2 stole Keeneland Ogden Phoenix Stakes to be a horse that is live. 7-1 is a good price on Midnight Sands. He's my top selection, swinging a bit here in this Phoenix Stakes. The number 5 horse is my second play. That is No Parole. Spoke to Tom Amos earlier this afternoon. Tom's having a good day. His horses are firing. He's, in fact, got 2 wins today, and he said he really likes this colt. He also told us, keep an eye on him down in the paddock. As long as he stays cool, he'll run a big race. For whatever reason, last time out in the Allen Jerkins, he got extremely worked up, and that was his undoing, and that's why he ran 9th, beaten 15 to Echo Town in that Grade 1 race. So right now, still being saddled up. We'll keep a close eye on him and see how he acts in the lead up to these horses being asked to unite with their jockeys and ultimately come out for the warm-up and the competition in the Stoll Keeneland Ogden Phoenix. He does have the advantage of the scratches and the fact that a few of those scratches have taken some of the speed out. You can see him throwing his head up a bit just in the shadows of that saddling stall, but hopefully he can stay level moving forward here over the next 17 minutes. And then finally, my third selection, Gabby Gaudet, is Echo Town. I think that he will take a step forward on the cutback in distance. He's by the champion sprinter Speightstown, L&N Racing. They've been a great partnership that have come together for a father and son team that have come together for Steve Asmussen. They've had some really nice runners through the years, including this one. This is a Grade 1 winner. He's a horse that has speed. He can lay off the pace. I think he's dangerous, Gabby, on the cutback in distance. So 12-5-6 here in the Stoll Keeneland Ogden Phoenix.
Yeah, he certainly does look dangerous. It looks like he can adapt to any type of pace scenario. I picked him second, but the top selection's going to be the number 4, Diamond Oops. It's very rare that you can see a horse go against some of the top contenders in the country, sprinting on the turf, going a distance of ground on the dirt like he did in the Pegasus World Cup, even going a distance of ground on the turf as he did in the Shadwell Turf Mile, finishing second to Bowie's Hero. So this horse has tremendous versatility. It looks like he's coming into the race in really good shape. The question is, with all the scratches, does he get the pace that he needs to close into today, or maybe he can adapt to it? Again, another horse, the 6, Echo Town, I do think that he can adapt. You look at his past performances. He closed from off of the pace in the Allen Jerkins in a hot pace, going 7/8, but he won going gate to wire in the allowance race at Churchill Downs back in May. So this is a horse that wherever Ricardo Santana puts him, he usually performs. He just doesn't want to go a distance of ground. The mile was too far for him last time out in the Pat Day Mile, but I do respect him in this event. And then finally, the number 12, Midnight Sands for trainer Brendan Walsh. I had the opportunity to speak to Brendan earlier today, and he said that, yes, he absolutely needed that last race. He was coming in off of a long layoff. That was kind of the mentality. Just give him a race and hopefully lead him over in the Phoenix here today. And on top of that, he did have a wide run throughout. Tyler Gaffleone made a conscious decision to keep him towards the center of the crown of the track. And that was kind of by design, judging by how the track was playing that day. So I do think he can take a big step forward. Now, the 3, Whitmore, the question is, what happened to him last time out? Well, I talked to his trainer, Ron Maquette, and he did say that is sloppy sealed track doesn't do that surface any justice. It was absolutely pouring, and the rain came fast, it came quick, and it came hard. And Whitmore, unfortunately, just didn't have the ability to warm up pre-race. He had to go straight to the gate. And for, an old-timer, 70-year-old, he needs a warm-up. He needs to get loose before a race. So that hindered him on top of the surface, and Ron McQuet definitely thinks that he will get back to his old self. Once again, he did win this race back in 2017. He has tried to win this race in the past 2 renditions of it and has finished second to 2 very nice horses. So we'll see if he can get his second win in the Grade 2 Stoll Keenan Ogden Phoenix. In just a few moments, looks like the saddles are on. Riders will be legged up momentarily. Grade 2 event coming up next.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 168th running of the Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix Grade 2. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. 3-year-olds and up 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast. Double pick 3 wagering, last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Carry over for the super high 5 jackpot of over $6,800. Here are the horses for the 8th race. 1 to scratch, 2 is Absolutely Aiden, owned by Greg Fry and Wesley Hawley, trained by Wesley Hawley. Chris Landeros is up. 3, Whitmore, owned by Robert LaPenta, Ron Moquette, and head of Plains Partners LLC of Saul Kuman, trained by Ron Moquette, jockey Joe Talamo. 4, Diamond Dupes, owned by the Diamond 100 Racing Club of Ivy Hoy, owned also by Amy Dunn, DP Racing LLC of Darren Pearson, and Patrick B. & Cone Racing LLC of trainer Patrick B. & Cone, the jockey Florent Charoux. 5, No Parole, owned by Maggie Moss and Greg Tramonton, trained by Tom Amos, jockey Luis Saez. 6, Echo Town, owned by L&N Racing LLC of Lee Levinson, trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr. to ride. 7, Empire of Gold, owned by Johnny Evans, owned also by trainer Terry Off. Declan Carroll will ride. 8 is Scratched. 9 is Lexitonian, owned by the Calumet Farm of Brad Kelly. Jack Sisterson, the trainer, and Tyler Gaffalione will ride. 10 is Scratched. 11, Mo Don't Know, owned by Ron Palucci Racing LLC of Ron Palucci, trained by Anthony Cordarolo, the jockey Gerardo Corrales. And 12, Midnight Sands, owned by the Cool Silk Partnership, Peter Swan and Barbara Wilkinson, trained by Brendan Walsh, jockey Joel Rosario. Post time, 7 minutes.
Well, we've had a chance to keep an eye on No Parole to make sure that he didn't misbehave himself down in the paddock, and he has not. They've got to be very pleased, does Maggie Moss and Tom Amos and Greg Tramonton, that in the way that this Violence Colt has behaved, because as we had mentioned before, and Tom had spoken to us about earlier this afternoon, that this horse lost it in the paddock at Saratoga, and that's why he finished so poorly in the Grade 1 Allen Jerkins. So a good scene. If you like No Parole, 3-1, still not a bad price, as he is one of 3 horses that sits at 3-1 right now on the tote board. Then going to the old veteran Whitmore, his 4th run in the Grade 2 Stole Keenan Ogden Phoenix. He looks as fit as a horse can possibly be. He is such a good-looking chestnut gelding by Pleasantly Perfect. It's amazing to think the journey that he's been on through his career. He's a horse that competed in American Classics at the age of 3 and has turned into one of the best and most consistent sprinters in the last several years. He's made over $3.1 million. He's a 14-time winner. This will be his 37th start. He does have to bounce back off of that disappointing run at Saratoga in the slop, something that we normally don't see from him. He normally performs well on an off track, but today he does have the fast track to work with, and this main track of Keeneland where he's made $250,000. Again, he looks wonderful out there as he gets ready for this test in 5 minutes. The 12-horse Midnight Sands, my top play. He's down to 6-1 right now. He showed good life coming out onto the main track. He looks fit. The chestnut, who I really feel will move forward off of his last race at Churchill Downs, where he came up maybe a little bit flat in the end. Joel Rosario gets the opportunity from the outside draw. Watch out for him. Again, he's my top play in here. And one other thought in looking at Echo Town, he looks magnificent at 6-1 for L&N Racing. Trainer Steve Asmussen has a horse by the name of Yalpan, who ran a massive race yesterday in the Chick Lang at Pimlico. That was against straight 3-year-olds. Yet Steve Asmussen opts to run this 3-year-old against the older horses here today. Something to consider in the fact that this is a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and the fact that Yalpan, as impressive as he was, he kept him against straight 3-year-olds at Pimlico and brings Echo Town to take on the older veterans such as Whitmore here. I believe that's a sign of confidence at 7-1 with this past Grade 1 winner of the Allen Jerkins. What a renewal it's going to be. It's going to take a fast run, as you would expect, in this Grade 2 stole Keenan Ogden Phoenix, because the winner punches their ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint right here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 168th running of the Grade 2 stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, winning your in for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division. They are at the post. They're off in the stall. Keenan Ogden Phoenix. Empire of Gold comes right out for the early lead. No Parole has early speed, though, and Echo Town up close in third in the opening strides. In between that pair, Diamond Oops down toward the inside in fourth. Mo Don't Know, fifth up on the outside. Whitmore away running in sixth. Midnight Sands far outside is in seventh. Lexitonian backs out of some traffic into the eighth position. And then a gap of 4 more lengths back of that one, Absolutely Aiden, last of the 9. Into the far turn they go. No Parole is the leader. Empire of Gold tries to draw alongside. Opening quarter, 22.24 seconds. Empire of Gold outside, No Parole inside. They're matching strides around the far turn. 5 lengths in front of Diamond Oops, who's in third. And then Echo Town in fourth. 7 lengths off the lead at the top of the stretch. Empire of Gold, a narrow lead off the far turn. No Parole second, gap of 5. Diamond Oops desperately trying to pick up the leaders. Empire of Gold into the final furlong of the Phoenix. Has the lead by 4. Diamond Oops is second. 16th pole. 51-1 long shot. Empire of Gold. But here comes Diamond Oops. Diamond Oops runs by in the closing strides and wins it for Florent Giroux.
It seemed maybe it was going to be impossible at the top of the stretch, but Diamond Oops still with some work to do as the 7 had put away No Parole, the 7-horse Empire of Gold, who comes in from Remington Park in Oklahoma City and runs a massive race for Terry Hoff and Declan Carroll. And in fact, it is Diamond Oops who's able to gobble him up late. Right now, the 7 goes to his wrong lead. The 4 is carrying that momentum, Diamond Oops, and that is back-to-back wins in this Looking at Lucky's career. A Grade 2 winner on turf at Churchill, now a Grade 2 winner on dirt in the Phoenix Stakes at the age of 5, a past graded stakes winner on dirt. How versatile is this gelding? Extremely. He's now punched his ticket to the Breeders' Cup Sprint following his victory here in 109-1.
Waiting for a result of the photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. 4 Diamond Oops first, 7 Empire of Gold was second, 6 Echo Town third, 3 Whitmore fourth, and 2 Absolutely Aiden fifth. 47632 unofficial. Race 8, results official, 4-7-6-3-2 official for Keeneland's 8th. Official winner of Race 8 at Keeneland, the 168th running of the Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix Grade 2, a win in your end for the Breeders' Cup Sprint Division for Diamond Dupes. Owned by the Diamond 100 Racing Club of Ivy Hoy, owned also by Amy Dunn, DP Racing LLC of Darren Pearson, and owned also by Patrick B. & Cone LLC of trainer Patrick B. & Cone. Florent Giroux, the winning jockey. Looking at Lucky, the sire of this 5-year-old gelding out of Patriotic Viva by YYY. The winner bred in Kentucky by Ken Hoy Racing Stables LLC. 1 minute, 9.24 seconds, the time for the 6 furlongs. Trophy presentation coming up. Now the trophy presentation for the Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix, a win in your Breeders' Cup Sprint Division race. Representing Stall Keenan Ogden are Mr. Chapman Harmon and Ms. Sarah Reeves. They present to the connections of Diamond Dupes.
A thrilling finish in the Grade 2 Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix as Diamond Oops does it again, from a graded stakes win at Churchill on turf to the graded stakes win here on dirt at Keeneland. And Florent, how is this horse as good on both surfaces?
Oh, like you said, is very remarkable. He's a tremendous horse and does it all. He can even run longer too, if you ask him to, and he runs on any surface, and it's very rare, to run as good as he did last time on the turf at Churchill on Oaks Day, and now running one of the major prep, for the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
When you were an eighth of a mile out, did you think you were going to be able to reel in the horse that was out in front of you?
Yeah, exactly. I was trying to time it right, because when he makes the lead, usually he throws his heels up in the air a little bit and slow himself down. So I was just trying to time it right. But when he see the horse, on his target, I know he was going to get him.
Congratulations, Florent. Heck of a ride and heck of a victory. Andy,
thank you.
You and your father have been such a team. You've taken us on quite a journey this year, and a lot of it has been through this horse. What was your reaction as you saw him turn for home and know that he had the amount of work that he had?
Oh, my gosh. I have my full faith in Oops. Anytime he hits that quarter pole and there's a horse in front of him, I know he's going to catch him. And he's the same in the mornings when I'm breezing him, whatever. He has the biggest heart. And that's the real reason why he's so good on both surfaces, is because he has a heart that can overcome anything. And he's the type of horse who would just take a bullet for you. So it's just so amazing to be around him every day. He's an incredible horse to watch. Now, you've got options. You've got the win and you're in here for the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Obviously, he's coming off of a win against top-class level on the turf. Is it going to be a tough decision for you and your father and the team? You know what? Knowing Patrick, he'll probably wake up about a week out and make his decision just based on, whatever he's feeling. So maybe we'll flip a coin. We'll see. Well, whatever it is, you're in a good spot. Congratulations. Thank you so much. It's Diamond Oops. Sensational. The versatile Diamond Oops. This time a Grade 2 winner in the Stall Keenan Ogden Phoenix.
Keeneland's featured ninth race upcoming, the 69th running of the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, a win on your end for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. There are no changes in this ninth race. A reminder, it will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. No changes in the ninth. Looking ahead to the 10th, a reminder that in the 10th race, the jockey for the 1 Catapari, John Court. John Court rides 1 Catapari. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. Did not draw into the race. There will be a carryover for the Super High Five jackpot in race 10, $13,991.
Track records.
Oh my goodness, look at Frosted today! It's still unbeaten!
Our track record.
Bernardini is pouring it on and he's pulling away! The wire! Italia Doro wins! Here comes the stern
It's what makes Darley, well, Darley. We've been putting the blue into the bluegrass for 20 years, and we're as proud as ever to support the G1 Darley Alcibiades. Darley.
"18 minutes away from the first Grade 1 of this fall meeting here at Keeneland Racecourse. It's the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, a Breeders' Cup win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division. And right now, taking a live look at the number 2 horse, Travel Column, who is currently sitting at 3-1. She is third choice right now in the wagering, with Crazy Beautiful as the current favorite. She is my top selection, and what a nicely dappled out filly she is. The daughter of Frosted, out of the Victory Gallop mare Swing It, who was a stakes winner during her race career. Brad Cox, winner of this race last year with eventual 2-year-old champion and Breeders' Cup Juvenile winner British Idiom. Brad Cox looking for back-to-back wins in the storied Grade 1 with this filly. He sends this one out for Larry Best and his OXO Equine LLC. She was sensational back on Derby weekend at Churchill Downs on September 4th in her debut. She was not favored. She was closer to 5-1 than anything and ended up drawing away from that field, going 3/4 of a mile with Florent Giroux. Florent looking for consecutive stakes wins here on this opening day card. She's got the pedigree, she's got the style, she's got the look to stretch out and be a serious contender in this Juvenile Fillies division. She's my top play. I was just so taken back by her debut. I'm not going to move past her here today. That's Travel Column as she readies for the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. My second choice is Thoughtfully for the Hyder Family Stables LLC. They bought this filly for just shy of $1 million. She's run twice for them under the care of Steve Asmussen, and she is undefeated. She's a winner at Churchill Downs back in June, came back in the Adirondack, that Grade 2 at Saratoga, and won by 5 lengths and improved in that situation. And think of Offspring of Tappet. Has one trainer gotten more out of Sons and Daughters of Tappet than the Hall of Famer Steve Asmussen? It'd be tough to make a case against that thought. Think of Tappet, Offspring, Creator, Tapiture, Untappable, Tapazar. Can thoughtfully follow in those same footsteps and Grade 1 footsteps of the great Sons and Daughters of Tappet that Steve Asmussen has conditioned. She has every right to. We'll see if she's able to do so here today at odds of 4-1 right now in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. And then the 4-horse Crazy Beautiful. She's my third choice, the daughter of Liam's Map from his second crop, which produced 2 Grade 1 winners, including a Grade 1 winning filly in Wicked Whisper from his first crop of runners. This filly was a debut winner at Ellis on turf. She came out of there and ran a big race in the debutante at Ellis, going 7/8 of a mile and drawing off to win there. And then keep in mind her last race at Churchill, 1 mile, but a 1-turn mile. This will be the first time that she gets to 2-turn. I think that she improves with the pace scenario. It won't be quite as quick. She could sit a little bit closer, should sit a little bit closer. And Kenny McPeak, he's had a storied history in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. He has won this race 4 times in the past as he looks for one for the thumb here today. Looking for his 5th win in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades is Kenny McPeak. And Brian Hernandez, he rode her last time out. He's looking for a nice get-out race here at Keeneland on opening day before his big date tomorrow in the Preakness Stakes at Pimlico. But what a race this is. It is a true Grade 1, as you would expect here at Keeneland. The Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades is 15 minutes to post on opening day, part of the Breeders' Cup Challenge Series Win and You're In. This for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Correction to the earlier announcement, the carryover for the Super High 5 applies in race 9, not in race 10. That 13,991, that carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot race 9 coming up, the Darley Alcibiades. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured ninth race, 69th running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1 win, and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Division. 2-year-old fillies at a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. There is a carryover in this ninth race for the Super High Five jackpot, $13,991. No scratches, no jockey changes. Post time in 7 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Thoughtfully, owned by the Hyder Family Stables, LLC of Scott Hyder, trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. 2 is Travel Column, owned by OXO Equine, LLC of Larry Best, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey, Florent Giroux. 3, Olivia of the Desert, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Corey Lannery. 4, Crazy Beautiful, owned by Phoenix Thoroughbred 3 Limited of Amir Abdulaziz Ahmed, trained by Kenny McPeak. Brian Hernandez Jr. is up. 5, Extrema, owned by Big Chief Racing LLC of Matthew Bryan, by Rocker O Ranch LLC of Ronald Ortowski, owned also by trainer Keith Thesormo, the jockey James Graham. 6, Gramercy, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Owen Hardy, the jockey Joel Rosario. And 7, Simply Ravishing, owned by Harold Lerner LLC of Harold Lerner, Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by Neehawk Stables of Dale Cohen, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Luis Saez. Post time in 5 minutes.
Just 5 minutes away from the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades, and starting with the 1, what a presence she has to her as she stepped out onto the course. That is Thoughtfully for the Hyder Family Stables, the daughter of Tappet for Steve Asmussen. You could not have a horse any more fit than she is right now as she readies for her second consecutive graded stakes attempt and looks to remain unbeaten. This will be her first try around 2 turns. She's by Tappet out of a Seeking the Gold mare, so she's got the pedigree, she's got the look, she's got the right man behind her, and Steve Asmussen with his go-to rider and Ricardo Santana Jr. She cannot be talked off of, and when it comes to her looks, if you're going in any direction as far as the best turned out, perhaps Thoughtfully would be the one amongst a very good-looking group of fillies. Simply Ravishing, another very good looker. This one for Magdalena Racing and Harold Lerner. She's a Lao Band filly, a New York bred that started off in New York. Kenny McPeak started her off on the turf. She was a winner that day, and then she was able to draw away from a field by 6.5 lengths on the main track, a race taken off the turf. That was only a field of 4, so we'll see how she handles the step up in company. She's only faced 5 others in her previous attempt prior to that 4-horse field that she had to run against in her most recent race, but she's another filly that looks wonderful out here, and Kenny McPeak, he's made a habit of finding horses for not a lot of money and turning them into Grade 1 winners over the course of his career. This filly, just a $50,000 purchase back in 2019. And then Gramercy, you've got to talk about her. She's 7-1 right now for Godolphin, a homebred for Godolphin. Joel Rosario, Owen Hardy, had her up in Chicago at Arlington Park. That's where she's been for quite some time. She's put in fast workouts over that synthetic track, and then her debut was incredible. If you had a chance to watch it back, you would have seen around the far turn, about the 3/8 pole, she was miles out of it. There was no way she was going to maybe even hit the board, but she came rambling on late to win by 2 lengths. She's a daughter of Bernardini out of a Tisnow mare. If she can replicate that or even improve, she could be tough, especially on the stretch out. If she can have better early position, that's going to be key to Gramercy to pick up the victory for the boys in blue of Godolphin, as she is currently sitting at odds of 7-1. And we see a late change in favoritism with just 3 minutes to post. Simply Ravishing clicking down to 2-1. One of the few that Kenny McPeak, the three that Kenny sends forward here as he looks for his 5th win in this Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. A win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 69th running of the Darley Alcibiades, a Grade 1 and a win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies division. First wire. They are at the post. They're off in the Darley Alcibiades. There goes Simply Ravishing out for the lead. Crazy Beautiful has early speed thoughtfully. Right there to the inside as they head for the first turn. Simply Ravishing moves up from the far outside starting spot. Starts to move by the inside traffic. Has the early advantage. Simply Ravishing now starts to angle down toward the rail midway on the first turn. Leading Crazy Beautiful by just a length. Thoughtfully is tucked away neatly into third behind the leader as they head off the first turn. Extrema is fourth and stays toward the outside because Travel Column has the spot toward the rail in 5th. The gap of 5 more lengths to Gramercy, who is next to last. Olivia of the Desert, last of the 7. 24.43 seconds for the opening quarter. Simply Ravishing the leader. Simply Ravishing on top by just a length. And Crazy Beautiful goes second by a length and a half. Thoughtfully leaves the inside lane open. That allows Travel Column to move up from 4th to challenge for 3rd. Extrema moves to the far outside in 5th. Just 3 lengths off the lead into the far turn. Then a gap of 8 more lengths back to Gramercy and Olivia of the Desert. 48.59 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Simply Ravishing is the leader by just 1 length around the far turn. Crazy Beautiful is second by a neck. Travel Column now moves up to challenge for that second spot. Looks for a little more running room as they move by the quarter pole to the top of the short stretch. A gap of 5 more lengths. Thoughtfully is back there in 4th. Extrema is 5th. And Simply Ravishing still the leader. Simply Ravishing a 4-length lead moving into the final furlong. Now it's out to 5. Travel Column is in a tussle for that second spot along with Crazy Beautiful. Well behind Simply Ravishing. Luis Saez aboard. It is all Simply Ravishing in the Darley Alcibiades. Opened up and won it by 7. Then it was Crazy Beautiful home second. Travel Column was third. 1 minute 43.58 seconds.
She never gave him an opportunity here today. Simply Ravishing breaks sharp away from the starting gate, relaxes out on the front end, and is able to dash away from them from the quarter pole on and open up and make this one look easy against Grade 1 Company. She remains unbeaten. She is now a winner on dirt against Grade 1 Company and a 2-time stakes winner. She broke her maiden on turf. And Kenny McPhee continues his dominance here in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. That is his 5th win all-time as he goes 1-2 with Crazy Beautiful finishing second. Travel Column third. Simply Ravishing on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies right here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. The 7, Simply Ravishing, was first. 4, Crazy Beautiful, second. 2, Travel Column, third. 1, Thoughtfully, was fourth. And 3, Olivia of the Desert, was fifth. 7, 4, 2, 1, 3, unofficial. Keeneland's featured 69th running of the Darley Alcibiades Grade 1. 7, Simply Ravishing, owned by Harold Lerner LLC of Harold Lerner, owned also by Magdalena Racing of Sherry McPeak and others, owned also by the Neehawk Stables of Dale Cohen. Kenny McPeak, the trainer, Luis Saez, the jockey. 2 wins today for Luis Saez. Simply Ravishing, a 2-year-old filly by Lau Ban out of 4 Wishes by More Than Ready. The winner bred in New York by Meg Levy. Results are official. The time for the mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.58 seconds. 7:42.13, the official results for Keeneland's featured 9th race. Now the trophy presentation for the Darley Alcibiades, a win in your N Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies Division race. Representing Darley, James G. and Susan Bell, presenting to the connections of Simply Ravishing.
Simply Ravishing, just simply too much for him here in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades. Luis Saez aboard for the win. And Luis, you slowed things down pretty easy and got to the lead pretty easy. Were you surprised you were able to do that?
Well, I know they had 2 very fast horses inside, so I was like, let's break from there and see what they're doing, you know. So she braked so sharp. She was right there. She was easy. So we took it. Okay, no problem. Yeah, so we took it. So she was traveling pretty good. I feel like I had a lot of horse all the way. When we came to the stretch, she just took off.
How easy did she move away from the horses at the top of the stretch?
She did it pretty easy, like, you know, like normal, you know, like nothing. So it was amazing. She's a very good filly.
She most certainly is. Now she's a Grade 1 winner. Luis, well done. Alan Schell.
Thank you.
You're the assistant trainer to Kenny McPeak. And Alan, watching this performance and the way she did it and with the ease that she did it, it seems so straightforward. Is she just simply that much better than most of the competition that she's faced right now?
Yeah, I don't think we know how good she is. She's won on turf, dirt, going short, going long, and it's just real exciting. And we're just so thankful we have owners like Mr. Lerner and Jack Cohen and Magdalena Racing that are behind us, and they made a commitment when they bought this filly and to buy the best horses, and Kenny did a great job picking her out. I'm just a stand-in assistant. This is Mike. He runs Keeneland, and Greg's had her a lot in Churchill, so it's all a team effort.
Well, congratulations to the team, and led by this filly who is just simply ravishing and simply incredible. On to the Breeders' Cup after her victory today in the Grade 1 Darley Alcibiades.
Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. The turf-listed good, rail at 20 feet. Carryover for that super high 5 jackpot, $16,559. Jockey for the 1 cat of Perry, John Court. John Court rides the 1. Take out the also eligibles 13 through 16. They did not draw into the race.
10th and final race on opening day is in front of us, 16 minutes to post, and there is a look right now at the current favorite, Royal Prince, for trainer Brad Cox. Steve Landers racing a colt by Cairo Prince, who was debuted at the beginning of August at Ellis Park. Ran a good race that day and finished second, coming on late from an inside draw. Then went over to Kentucky Downs, actually crossed the wire in front of that group in a non-wagering event. It was declared a no contest after an issue with the starting gate, so it did not count as a victory. And if he's able to put together either of his two starts, this Keeneland September sales graduate, he should be able to pull off that victory that counts here this afternoon. And that's why he's a heavy favorite at 3-2. This is no surprise that he's getting this sort of a play because of the fact of the story behind what happened to him at Kentucky Downs and the way that he's run in those two starts. He's backed it up with performances that deserve this kind of attention here today. So he is my top play in the nightcap. The number 2, Storming Lion, is my second choice for Tom Drury Jr., who's currently up at Pimlico getting ready with Art Collector for the Preakness Stakes tomorrow. He ran well on debut. That was a mile race at Ellis. He came on late, didn't get the cleanest of starts. If he can break a little bit sharper, I think that he'll obviously have himself in better position. And Sons and Daughters of Cantheros, they just can about do it all. I would say that historically they're a touch better on the turf, and perhaps that's why they opted to run this horse on the grass course. That, and he has a half-sibling that is a turf winner, so the pedigree is there on the dam side. Storming Lion at 14-1. I think he's a major player in here, especially with the nice draw that he has here this afternoon. And then Hoist the Mainsail, that's the number 7 horse in the orange saddlecloth, the colt by Mizzen Mass for Kenny McPeak, who's looking to close out with a double. This is for Phoenix Ladies Syndicate, and Brian Hernandez gets the opportunity. She ran a good race on debut, and then maybe it was a touch too aggressive last time out. If they can get her to settle a little bit, the pace was just too quick in her most recent start. I do think that he is going to take a big leap forward here today if, in fact, he's able to be less aggressive early. And he also comes out of that common race, Gabby, with Royal Prince, the no-contest race at Kentucky Downs. So we'll look to close it out, Gabby, with 3, 2, and 7 in the 10th and final.
Definitely a good-looking horse there in the paddock, Scott. I go to the 3 Royal Prince as the top pick, as do you, and as does pretty much everybody who's betting this race, as he is your 8-5 favorite. Same reasons as you said, Scott, in that, you know, he won technically, well, not officially, but he crossed the finish line first last time out. So he's a horse that knows how to win, and his first race was even very fast. If he runs back to his first race, in which we saw at Ellis Park, even a performance like that could win. So Royal Prince is going to be the top pick, and Brad Cox having himself a pretty busy weekend. Not only does he saddle the 3 Royal Prince here right now, but he also has Owendale coming up as a heavy favorite in the Pimlico Special in just under a half hour at Pimlico. My second selection is going to be the 11 Narmer, first-time starter for trainer Chad Brown. And you can't even look past this pedigree. He's out of a Sadler's Wells mare by American Pharoah. They paid $525,000 for this horse at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling. So clearly the pedigree is there, and he gets Joel Rosario, good outside post position, all things that you have to like as this horse has been preparing over the summer months at Monmouth Park. And then the 2, Storming Lion, will be the third selection for Tommy Drury. Talking about Pimlico connections, well, he's in Maryland right now prepping Art Collector for the Grade 1 Preakness Stakes tomorrow afternoon. And this horse was bothered coming out of the starting gate in his debut. I really do think that he might have more natural speed than what he showed in that event, just because of the situation that happened coming out of the starting gate. So look for him to be a little bit more forwardly placed and hopefully a better performance right now on the board at double-digit odds at 14-1. So 3, 11, 2, the top 3 for me here in the nightcap. It's been a great day. Excited to get to tomorrow's stakes races as well. A couple more win in your ends tomorrow as well as Sunday. It's Fall Stars weekend. You know the best horses will be here in Lexington, Kentucky. We'll round it out here with the 10th race, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The Nyquist, a maiden special weight, 2-year-olds at 1.16 over the turf, listed good. Rail at 20 feet. Reminder, the carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $16,559. Jockey for the one, Catapari, John Court. John Court, the jockey for the one, Catapari. Take out the also eligibles. They did not draw into the race. Post time in 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from the 10th and final here at Keeneland on opening day, and a couple of horses that have caught my eye coming out onto the track that I didn't necessarily have on my radar in handicapping these races before. First of all, the 6, Bryce Canyon. This colt, I think he's going to be better moving over to the turf course. Just his look, you can see the type of warm-up that we're getting from him for Brendan Walsh and Julian Leperoux. He's 10-1 right now on the tote board. Watch out for the number 6 horse as a price play in here off of his debut at Churchill Downs, where he was intended to run on turf. That was a race taken off the turf course where he finished 6th. And then the 9. The 9 is a really good-looking colt by Temple City for William Brunley. This is a 2-year-old colt who's the number 9, who debuted and did very little at Kentucky Downs at a bigger price. But based on his physicality, I think that he's a horse that, coming off of a Kentucky Downs as big as he is, perhaps those hills and climbs and everything else thrown at him will allow him to move forward on the more straightforward course here today, because he's a big colt, the son of Temple City. So the 6 and the 9, Gabby, on top of my top 3 selections, which are the 3, 2, 7, but the 6 and 9 were the ones that caught my eye in post-parade.
I'm surprised you didn't use the word undulating to describe Kentucky Downs.
It's been used a few times. I can't use it again.
All right. Well, I'm also I want to focus on a horse that's coming out of a Kentucky Downs maiden race as well. And this is Conquest Rainy City, a horse that I did not use in the top 3, but I really like how this horse is warming up on track. He's obviously left the pony. He's under Luis Saez, getting a good warm up, but his presence, his confidence in the post parade really caught my attention. So maybe another one to consider here. But Scott, I think you and I can both agree that all these horses definitely look good on track, but they have to beat the 3.
Yeah, no doubt. 8-5 in this big of a field that is a very short number, as we're 3 minutes away from the 10th and final here on opening day at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the Nyquist. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Royal Prince out for the early lead. Quickly scoots over next to the rail. In the meantime, Conquest Rainy City and Bryce Canyon going to move by with Hoist the Mainsail also moving up, and Hoist the Mainsail pretty keen to go on, moves up from third to second alongside of Conquest Rainy City. That pair now contesting the lead into the first turn. Sky Temple moves up to the outside, one lane off the rail in third, now starts to angle down behind the front pair to save some ground around the turn. Royal Prince drops back into the fourth position. City Drifter, one lane off the rail, moves up from fifth. Shaldag to the outside in sixth, is 7 lengths off the lead. Bryce Canyon travels in seventh. Master of the Ring is eighth. Mr. Brutus had an awkward start, but is ninth now heading up the backstretch, picks up a couple of positions from the back of the pack, and then further back Storming Lion, followed by Catapari, and then a break of 6 more lengths to Narmer, who's absolutely last at the midpoint of the backstretch. It was 22.66 seconds for the opening quarter. Conquest Rainy City is the leader by just a neck. Hoist the Mainsail second, a length and a half. Royal Prince on the outside is third, 2 lengths off the front pair and trying to move up into the far turn. Sky Temple is down to the inside in fourth position and is followed closely by City Drifter fifth in between horses. Narmer is still dead last on the far turn. Back up front, they're being led by Conquest Rainy City, who has the advantage 3 parts of a length coming to the quarter pole. And Hoist the Mainsail is still there in second between horses. Royal Prince in third. Shaldag has to swing to the center of the course in fourth. 5 lengths off the lead. Sky Temple needs room down to the inside. Conquest Rainy City and Royal Prince going at it for the top spot. Royal Prince striding forward for a narrow lead from Conquest Rainy City in second. Then Sky Temple, who's third, now challenging for second. Master of the Ring runs late to fourth. Royal Prince in front. Royal Prince wins it for Sean Bridgmahan. Sky Temple appeared to get second by a neck over Conquest Rainy City, and then further back Master of the Ring fourth.
Big victory from Royal Prince, as expected by the majority, as sent off at the 3-2 favorite. Sat a very straightforward trip and kicked on for home and won this one, which will turn out to be an official victory here in a few moments.
That's right. Not so much in the last start, but official victory here today, so the Connections can go get their win picture taken. And very happy owners. Congratulations to Steve Landers Racing LLC and Brad Cox, Sean Bridgmahan, and the Irons today. A couple of nice performances within this race, too, but there's no doubt about the winner. The winner was impressive today.
That was Royal Prince in the nightcap here on opening day.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. 3 Royal Prince first, 9 Sky Temple second, 5 Conquest Rainy City third, 12 Master of the Ring fourth, and 2 Storming Lion fifth. 3-9-5, 12-2 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Nyquist. 3, Royal Prince, owned by Steve Landers Racing LLC of Steve Landers, trained by Brad Cox. Sean Bridgemahan, the jockey. Royal Prince, a 2-year-old son of Cairo Prince out of Rose and Shine by Mr. Sakaguchi. The winner bred in Kentucky by Sandra Sexton and Silver Fern Farm. Keeneland Sales Grad covers the mile and a 16th over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 43.94 seconds, and the results of race 10 official. 3:95.12.2, the official results, Keeneland's 10th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5, 5 of 5, consolation 4 of 5. And there is a carryover for tomorrow's card for the Super High 5 jackpot. That carryover, $24,586. Live racing resumes here tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland card, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, also for Darley and for Stahl, Keenan, Ogden, thank you, and good evening.
Well, day one complete of the 2020 fall meet here at Keeneland Racecourse, and for the time being, still with limited spectators, with only owners arriving here, so empty stands the theme yet again. But we picked up right where we left off from July as far as top performers are concerned, especially on the undercard, with breakout performances from future star filly like the likes of Off We Go for trainer Tom Amos. But as we moved into the graded stakes portion of the card, the Grade 2 Stole Keenan Ogden Phoenix led us to a wonderful performance from Diamond Oops, who comes off of a stakes win on turf at Churchill to this stakes win on dirt. But the star of the day was simply Ravishing, who remains unbeaten, the 2-year-old filly for Kenny McPeak. She's 3 for 3, and with that big long stride of hers, she ran away from Grade 1 company in the Darley Alcibiades, and now on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. Join us tomorrow for an 11-race card, 5 graded stakes races, all Breeders' Cup winning your ins for Saturday, day 2 of the Keeneland Fall Meet.